Yeah. God.
Oh, hello.
All right. Uh, Greetings, viewers, and welcome to Tales of Winternacht and the Tale of Sybil's Spear, Book 3, Chapter 5, our primary actual play D&D 5e campaign. I'm Silver. As always, I'll be your storyteller this evening, and with me are our esteemed players, Saga, AJ, Dustin, Jeff, Conrad, and special guest Briars. Ernie will not be able to join us tonight, but filling in his duties will be the amazingly talented and something Dustin. uh yeah, thanks for tuning in. Welcome back after we did Verelia's Cauldron last week, so back to Sybil's Spear this week. For those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, I'd like to encourage you to check out our previous sessions, including Book 1, Book 2 on our YouTube channel. Also like to direct you to our Discord server to join our community, interact with us. Links to both can be found in the About section of the Twitch channel. And before we begin, I want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for our amazing ambiance, sound effects, and music, which will be coming up because I forgot to start that. Discord for our voice and video, and Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons and Dragons 5th Edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternacht is not an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. With that all said, previously on the Tale of Sybil's Spear. Sybil's Spear, a group of 6 strangers who have been brought together to combat various threats and emerge unified as a party seeking to discover the vile machinations of the otherworldly entity known only as the Dreamer. Their current journey has brought them to Torslin, the northern homeland of the party's barbarian Jofreidr. Arriving in the port city of Riyab, they met Aliona, Jofreidr's beloved, who agreed to join them as they ventured to Jofreidr's home of Snodeskall. 3 days' journey to the west. The party survived a blizzard and a pack of mage-hunting wolves called the Magolda before seeking refuge in the small hamlet of Skelettvile. There they found a nearly abandoned town, and Zedri was quickly pressed into service to heal the village elder, and heal her he did. This feat earned the party the trust and appreciation of the remaining villagers who had survived an attack by the Isbjorn clan, the same clan rumored to have attacked Jofreidr's home. The party enjoyed a feast and helped out with the watch before retiring for a long rest. And here in the hamlet of Skelettvile, it is morning on the 58th day of Faderman, 296 years after the fall. And let me find all my lovely music and all that lovely stuff and get rolling. Resting on the floor of the lodge here in Skelettville, Lonan, laying on the floor, all warm and comfortable under a smothering of finely tailored furs, feel a large hand on your shoulder rest you from your slumber. You waken to see Ina crouched over top of you, speaking softly to you as she beckons for you to awaken. She regards you with a kind but subtle smile before standing and walking back towards the kitchen area of the lodge.
Loden will sit up and rub the sleep from her eyes and thank you. And she's gonna start waking the others of the party up before going back to the kitchen with Ina, see if she needs any help.
Any particular order of waking people?
Probably we'll start with whoever is closest to her, so we'll say, I know she and Alfred were hanging out last night talking, so they probably fell asleep within some vicinity of each other.
Yeah, you see Alfred a couple feet away, sprawled out with all of his limbs in every direction.
Morning, sunshine. As she kind of shakes your shoulder.
It's morning already? Oh, good morning.
Morning.
Oh, how do you feel?
Feel fine. I mean, a little weary for what we're gonna face today, but can't stop the day from coming.
Yeah, better get everyone else up. Better start
Yeah.
with Salinas first.
Alright, I'll go get Jofreidr and Alyona and Kiesel and Zedri. Have fun with Salinas.
Thanks. I'll need it.
Yeah,
Alf-
and then probably in that order, Loner will wake the rest of them as Alfred attempts to wake Salinas. Alright. A big day ahead of us, y'all. Hopefully.
Salinas? Cybil will go ahead and like run up to Salinas and start licking him on the face.
Oh,
Yeah,
what
that seems
time
pretty
is it?
reliable. It's
Oh,
morning.
it's so wet.
Um,
It is.
Sybil says good morning.
Oh, yes, yes. Good morning, Sybil. Yes. Oh, why is it so
Alfred
early?
Alfred will go ahead and grab one of Salinas's hands and just like hoist him up as best he can, just so Salinas doesn't have the chance to fall back asleep.
um, so he's like, whoa, kind of like keeps like the big fur blanket, whatever he was keeping over him, just kind of like wrapped around him like a cape, or the way you wrap a blanket around you.
Are you keeping that?
Oh, I mean,
What what type of animal did you wrap yourself in?
I don't know. It was in the pile, and I was cold, and I'm still cozy, and it's the morning, Alfred. What did you want?
Well, I just thought that we should get everyone up and going so that we could hit the road.
All right, early morning. Yes.
Get a good start on the day.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll get dressed. Don't worry. Kind of very like in a friendly way. Waves Alfred off.
Uh, Alfred, uh, very happy with his job well done. He'll join the rest of the party back again. All right, Lonan, I think I did it. I got Salinas up. You just have to get Sybil for him.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it was the fastest I've ever seen him up.
Fair enough. Uh, I'm gonna go see if anyone needs help in the kitchen.
All right, sounds good. Do you think they'll? I probably shouldn't help out in the kitchen, should I?
I mean, if you want to, even if you're just standing there and watching. Do you know how
Yeah,
to cook?
a little bit. I did a little cooking.
Well, I mean, sometimes the best way to learn is by watching and helping, even if you're just doing dishes. Trust me, I ain't that good of a cook either.
Well, oh, all right. If there's room, I'd be happy to help.
Yeah.
You can help out
If
as
you
well.
guys, if you guys are going, could you make some tea, please?
Kisa will pipe up. Or some coffee. That would be fantastic. Sure. I'll see if they have any.
Lonan's gonna lean over to Alyona. Do they have coffee this far north?
I don't think so.
They? Hell, you don't know what coffee.
I'm just spacing out. I'm just trying to.
I'm trying to figure out the
The
timeout
issue.
that went that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
I fixed the one and then it went the other one. There we go. I'll figure out Twitch eventually, right?
Yeah.
Back in my day, it was called Justin.tv.
Stop. Stop.
All right. As you are all being awakened, going off to do different activities, help out with different things, you actually pick up that breakfast is already going. That Ina is not the one going off to start things. Best guess is that Gela has already gotten started with breakfast, as you can smell some pretty clearly pick up some sort of frying meat, little subtle hints of maybe some bread of some sort being cooked, but otherwise the lodge is fairly quiet. No crying baby at the moment. Ina and Gela over in the kitchen. No sign of Luthando. And if anybody checks in on the patient's just resting comfort. So.
Is Jofreidr going for his morning run?
No, he'd actually just be standing by the fire, just stretching, just waiting for breakfast, it seems.
Well, I guess we wait.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so we're go ahead.
Oh, just those of you that go and help out in the kitchens. It doesn't take too terribly long before they got food served up and brought out to the main lodge area, and we're all reconvened. Everybody mostly awake. No coffee. Salinas gets his tea though, and can't really place what the meat is that you're being provided. It's something different, decent taste to it, nothing, a little gamey. And there are some basically the equivalent of, you may know it. Okay, how many people have watched V for Vendetta?
When I was young.
That's just so sad because that came out when I was in college.
I
But
watch it every year.
okay, so the eggy in the hole that he prepares for her, just the egg and a piece of bread.
Yeah.
There's some of that prepared as well as to just a slice of bread that's been cut out to fit a little egg in there. Best guess, some sort of a chicken egg or... Yeah, best guess.
Whatever we put around here.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a pretty satisfying breakfast. A little bit light, but understanding that you have travel ahead of you, it's just about right.
Mhm.
Put you in a not going to encourage Salinas to head back to bed. We'll put it that way. And just casual chit chat amongst Ina and Gela and the rest of you. Nothing really intense. It's a pretty brief breakfast before your time is yours as to how you wish to proceed.
Probably want to be heading out soon. I mean,
Well, if everybody else is ready to go, I suppose we could.
We took a slight detour to get here, but over to your home, it's just a straight shot, right?
More or less, yeah.
Alright, so we shouldn't need any map or anything, right?
No, I'm familiar with this area pretty well.
Alright.
Alright, yeah, let's get on. We're just burning daylight then.
That's one way to put it.
Jofreidr is gonna turn to Ina and kind of give a slight bow. Thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, thanks for healing, your friend healing my grandmother. I think my father should have your snorams ready to go. Expected you'd be leaving early this morning.
Beat your hit.
Lonan's gonna go up to Ina and ask quietly in Giant. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I have your husband's name and a description so I know who I'm looking for.
Oh, you're gonna tax me there. We'll go with it. She provides you a brief description of a handsome giant, about her age, so fairly young, just early adulthood, with similar colored hair, kind of a dark brown, almost black, cut up, shaved up the same way as Luthando's, where it's shaved up on the sides and just has the single set of hair, mohawk style, but not spiked or anything like that. And she goes, yeah, she's kind of wrapping that up with that explanation of what his description is. And I don't know, did I give you a name before?
No.
Okay. That I may not have actually assigned a name anywhere in my notes, which would be just fine.
That's why I was asking, because we don't have his name.
Sure.
Sven.
Baynor.
With a V or
B. Benor.
We'll get him back home.
She goes and she takes her hand, takes her right hand, and on her middle finger, there's a fairly nice ring. Appears to be made from some sort of a twisting band of. Doesn't quite look platinum. Might just be silver, but it seems a little bit different. And then wrapped with gold. And she takes this ring off quick, takes a little bit of a tug to get it off, and then goes and places it in your hand, kind of discreetly. Her giant hand just kind of like completely encompassing yours as she sticks this in your palm. Look for, if they haven't taken it off of him, he'll have one of these. And if you find him, hopefully you tell him that I told you to keep the rings. Maybe he'll bring better luck for you and your lost one.
Conan's gonna look up at her. Thank you. And she's despite the height and size difference, Lonan is going to do her best to wrap Ina in a hug. Or at least give her a hug.
She's crouched over to put this in your hand, so that as you go to give her the hug, she actually just kind of like picks you up with an arm wrapped around your back so that you're up off the ground about 6 inches, to share the hug with you before a good couple seconds, just long enough that it doesn't get to the who releases first uncomfortableness, just enough that it's good hearty hug, very comforting, and then she releases. And you have the crazy passive perception, so
yeah,
you notice her just kind of like go wipe a tear away from her right eye real quick, before she turns and heads over to the area that you had met with her in the night before, and she picks up a bundle of the cloaks, like the one that she gave you. Maybe you can help me hand these out to your friends?
Oh, of course, yeah.
She'll, assuming the majority of the group has all started making their way outside, she'll just hand you a couple of the cloaks, take the majority of them, and then follow outside to go start distributing them to people.
Yeah, Lonan will grab her stuff, put on her cloak really quickly, and then, follow with the rest of the cloaks bundled in her arms.
Everybody makes their way outside?
Yeah,
Is Gela heading outside too?
Yeah, she follows along right behind them.
Cool. Zidra's gonna pull back, walk alongside her, and just give like doctor's orders to her about following up with Hine.
Okay. All right. I think I got all that down. Sure, she'll be fine. No, I suppose you saw Ina's got the cloaks for all of you, but I didn't forget about you. A little bit something special for you. And she goes and just hands you a small, about half the size of a backpack, satchel of some things. And I will put that, hand that parcel to you in Fantasy Grounds, and you can look through it at your discretion. I don't know that it puts the items in your inventory, but you should be able to see it.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, Zedri will just say, "Oh, I really appreciate it. We will make good use of the supplies."
Lonan, as you go to help hand out all these cloaks, there's one for each of the 7 of you. Well, of the 6 of you that already have one.
He still looks around, back at his back, looks up at the cloaks, and makes one that looks exactly like it.
I imagine Lonan is the one handing him it, and she's just gonna give him a really disappointed look.
What? I can make it myself.
But this is like the real thing. Plus, it's real warm. Are you sure you don't want like a really warm cloak?
He'll shift his eyes around. I will take the cloak.
All right. She'll hand it to him.
Lonan, as you go to help hand these cloaks, is basically just Ina's. It's like getting your diplomas at graduation. That Ina's handing them to you for you to do the handshake and hand them off to everybody. So handing out each of these cloaks as you get over near Zedri, with your passive perception, you pick up just the smell of a very nice buttery bread smell. Don't know if Cedric found some new cologne or what's going on, but definitely pick up the smell from when you're around Zedri.
All right. Did Lonan see Gela give Zedri?
No, because they would have been behind you.
Okay. Or why do you smell like bread?
Because I got some bread. Hey, can you once you're done helping to hand out all of those, we should probably give them some of the pelts.
Oh yeah.
I feel like we should maybe just keep one of them, but as for the others, I mean, we have 3 in total of varying qualities, and Zidri will shoot a look over towards Kiesel and then very quickly look back to Lonan.
I think that's a brilliant idea. They'll get, honestly, probably more use out of it than we will selling it. And
agreed, especially since they're giving us all of these things. Zidri will open the satchel, and he'll start kind of Mary Poppins style pulling out the Megarovda pelts.
Okay.
yeah, she'll give him the cloak and then help him also with that. Lonan's just helping everybody today.
Yeah, and when Jofreidr and Alyona did their cloaks, Jofreidr's gonna help her put hers on first before putting his on. Make sure she's
So
all bundled up.
gentlemanly.
Of course.
As you each get to your snow rams, you also notice that there is an additional item stuffed in the back of your saddles. That you see a set of snowshoes in each of your saddles.
Mm.
So I'll put the cloaks and the snowshoes are in the party sheet, so you guys can each take. Well, those that don't already have a cloak, Lone and Zillin that has one, but each of you can take a cloak out of there and take a set of snowshoes to put in your inventory. Or if you want to store them in the sled, that they can just stay in the party sheet, since that's what we're using as our sled storage. So
Sled storage. The first dollar for the first month is free. First month is free.
So as you're getting situated, getting all this stuff distributed between everybody, getting ready to go, Luthando comes stepping over, and he's got a similar looking creature. It's not quite the same as the snow ram, a little bit angrier, I guess might be a way to describe it. So instead of the ram's head, it's still got most of the horse body or the ram body that yours have, but instead of that, very easily identified ram's head on the front, it's got more of a bear's head with like bull horns coming out the sides. It just gives a huff of warm air out into the cold, and you just watch the mist blow out of the front of this thing's nose before Luthando's got that one all mounted up and ready to go as well, as he looks out and's like, all right, so we all ready to leave?
Lonan's gonna step forward. What in the Pantheon's name do you think you're doing?
Going with you to track these things down.
And I've been given exact instructions to not let you do that. Your family here needs you.
He quickly shoots a look over at Gela and Ina.
No, don't. Your family here needs you. I know you would love to help us, and trust me, we would too, but you got a grandkid here who needs your protection. Got family. Gotta make sure that when we get the rest of your family here, that they have a place to return to that's safe.
Give me a persuasion check. I'll give you advantage. That was a pretty good argument, so.
Didn't expect to get advantage. Persuasion.
Not performance.
It's the same modifier either way, so.
Yeah, fair.
Alfred would... Oh, no. Alfred would like to step up and also say a couple words for his flash of genius. Think about all the things that you've seen around here as you've lived through here. I don't think that you would like to leave right now with all those things still threatening your home. You can have us go on your behalf, and we'll take care of it for you. We'll make sure that everything is just as you want it. We've gone through so many adventures, and he'll gesture towards the rest of the group. And I've had each one of them save my life on multiple occasions. I couldn't think of a better group of people that I would trust to handle anything in the world.
Is that at 4?
Yeah, it's a 4.
Okay. A 15. He stands there thinking for a little bit, looking down, but that's basically looking straight back down at you.
Yeah.
Now, I suppose you best get on your way then.
We'll get back, and we'll get you answers.
You better. Okay, he goes and he takes his mount and kind of storms off back towards the back of the village, away from the gates, which are standing open at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Ina will give you a quick look, Lonan, and a smile.
Lonan will return the smile and then turn to Alfred like, that was honestly less of a fight than I thought it was going to be. Thank you for your help.
I felt
hope
like
that
I
was
just
the
said...
correct...
I just felt like I
go
said
ahead.
what you said, but a little differently, but I'm glad that we didn't actually have to resort to anything too drastic.
Yeah.
Hope that was the correct decision.
I mean, trust me, I would always love to have some more help, but some people are needed in different places, and we can't be so greedy as to have everyone with us.
Did
They're
you?
Is his
small-
choice?
They're a small group here, and one of their fighters is currently sick. I don't think it'd be a bad idea for him to stay behind.
Zidri would be standing near the space where the mount was, and he'll go ahead and raise his hand and just say, "Yeah, no, I was thinking about honestly trying to talk his mount down from actually following us if it came down to it. So he's probably going to rush in headfirst and a little more emotional. Probably best."
Alfred will jump on the back of Snowflake and look down at the rest of the group. Are we ready?
Well, suppose we
Ready
should
as
get
we'll
going
ever
then.
be.
Jofreidr will help Eliana onto the personal ram, of course.
All right. She'll mount up and head out. Ina and Gela give you a fond farewell, a nice wave as you head off out into the wastes, the snowy plains.
As we're leaving Skelettvile, Lonan's going to pull out kind of a length of yarn, use her dagger to quickly cut it and kind of fashion it into, pull it through the ring she was given, and then hang it on her belt alongside her dragon's tooth. Kind of just secure it to the other ties that are on there.
Okay. And then there was one cat. We got to use Alfred's Flash of Genius emote, so. All right. Heading back out into the snowy fields. It's warmer than it was the day before. Actually, fairly pleasant traveling, at least by Torslin standards. It's not freezing, so we'll take 40-degree temperatures. Clear skies, and although the nice crow cloaks that you've acquired, you can definitely pick up that they will provide you with a good level of warmth and protection against the elements. Almost don't feel like you entirely need them on today's journey. And you set out along what you can locate of a road with Jofreidr and Aliona showing some confidence that they can find their way, knowing the territory. One by experience and one by she's heard all the tales and she knows where everything's supposed to be. And you head off away from the rising sun at your back and into the west.
Lonan is gonna fall to
Go ahead.
she's gonna fall to the back of the group and just try to make sure that no one or nothing is following us. Not just Lithendo, but just if any other creatures might try to pick up our trail, or any other individuals who might have been keeping an eye around the camp or whatever.
Okay. All right. What kind of travel pace are we taking, folks? Normal, or are we trying to go fast, trying to go slow? What are we doing?
Would a normal pace get us there today?
Yes. Should. Rough estimate would be you got about 3/4 days travel at a normal pace.
Yeah, we can probably just go a normal pace then.
Yeah, no need to exhaust ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Lonan has taken up a scouting position at the back. Does anybody else have any particular travel activities as we're going across the snowy plains here for your morning travel? You don't have to. That's entirely optional. So,
How bumpy? Oh,
Go ahead.
how bumpy is the movement as we're riding on our snow rims? Is it very smooth? Like, would we be able to do other activities?
depends on how intricate those activities are. I mean, where you're going at a normal pace, you can be able to do quite a bit. Just some things that are a little bit more fine detail, you're probably going to end up with a mess.
Casting rituals?
You should be able to do that.
Cool.
Yeah, I suppose Jofreidr would just be keeping everybody on track.
Playing Navigator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was Alfred before we don't have a, I think I feel like I asked this yesterday, but we don't have like a map of Torsland region with us.
Correct.
We don't
Right.
need a map.
Could I have asked me last night or this morning Lathondo or one of the other people to help draw out like a rough sketch of what the Torsland region looks like?
Yeah. Say you get a. Well, roll me a persuasion. That is your area of expertise. Let's let you roll some dice.
Okay.
Let's see how encouraged they are.
Not
15?
the best.
Okay. That's still good enough for most normal things. So, with 15, yeah, you get a rough sketch. You don't know by any means how accurate it is. If you show it to Jofreidr, he'll tell you it's about as accurate as your treasure map that you had way back when, 3 years ago, on the Northern Peninsula, where a lot of lines don't match up. It's very rough, but
Sure.
for somebody who doesn't actually have a map, you're not copying from, it's just based off their own experience, you get a decent map of the area.
Yeah.
To know rough directions of where you need to be going, and very few points of interest because it's a very small map that just basically is a map of the Bane Slit, the Bone Plains. So it's got Skelettvile on it, it's got Snodeskall on it, and then it references the Slaver Sea and the Bruzenelv and Yurnelv, the two rivers that separate the Bane Slit from the rest of the part of the territory.
Okay.
I'll drag that map of the region over to you, and then
Okay, so it's just this
So you get-
small area here.
where I pinged, you get that part of the map.
Okay. Well, we'll take it.
Free map.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any travel activities? We got Jofreidr navigating. We got Lonan keeping watch. Zedri's presumably going to do some ritual casting.
Well, since we have a base map, can Alfred sort of add to it and sort of try and fill in the gaps
Sure.
and details?
Yeah, I mean, Slingus was kind of wanting to chat with with Alfred.
Okay.
And I think Kisa will hang back with, or he'll take point watch since Sloan is taking back watch.
Aliona.
I think Aliona is just as she's riding up with Jofreidr as he's navigating, just in like different places that she's heard about, just being like, oh, so that's where that happened, and then it's like, oh, and that's the other. She's just getting excited being able to like put the place to the story. They're moving along.
All right. Lonan, you called out yours first, so why don't you go ahead and give me a watch perception check.
29.
Okay. Let's see. Then we got Salinas and Alfred. Whichever one of you wants to make a intelligence cartographer's tools check, and do it with advantage.
Alfred, go ahead.
Somewhat decent.
Okay. And Mr. Navigator, give me a Wisdom Survival or Wisdom Navigator's tools. Whatever you're using, your senses or using your tools.
I guess that one didn't make it in the box.
It was practice roll.
Yeah.
Ooh, almost went to the 20.
Ooh.
Nice. 2 19s, all 9s.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
All right. On Kiesel, on forward watch. Perception.
Make sure not to make it off of Alfred. I got a +1. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Spoke too soon.
All right. Oh, Lonan, I need you to roll again because you technically have disadvantage, especially since you're doing rear guard, so you're staring straight back into the rising sun.
Okay.
Like your +10 is gonna cause that much of an impact, but
Yeah.
Knocked a whole 10 off.
Yeah.
it did. All right. As you proceed across the snowy plains, Jofreidr seems pretty confident that he's leading you off in the right direction as he shares stories with Aliona and discuss where this happened and where that happened and connecting some dots on things. Salinas and Alfred also have pretty good efforts in putting together a map. There's not a whole lot of things to map. It's pretty much just white, snowy plains and snowy rolling hills going off, but every once in a while you catch sight of the northern horizon line getting off into being, the snow drops off and you can see a darker territory that you presume must be probably the ocean. And keeping watch, Kiesel out front doesn't seem to notice anything concerning. Lonan, every once in a while you catch sight of something. You blink your eyes and basically wave it away as being it's some sort of, you're getting a mirage off of the snow,
Mm-hmm.
and that you're just seeing shapes where there isn't anything, getting that weird mirage look that you get off of really hot highways. It's about the
Mm-hmm.
same when you're seeing across large snowy expanses. Think there's something there, blink your eyes and it's gone. Just chalk it up to,
She's looking
you
straight into
keep
the sun.
alert, but you chalk it up as being there probably wasn't anything there. Cedri, what are we ritual casting?
Yeah. For the 10 minutes that it takes, he's just gonna sit there kind of like controlling his breath, probably like putting the cloak over him so that he can see his breath a little bit better.
Okay.
And through that, he's gonna ritually cast Speak with Animals.
All right. And as you take care of that in the briefest of times at the beginning of your 4 hours of travel, do you do anything with your Speak with Animals or anything else on the rest of the journey?
Yeah. Immediately after doing that, he's gonna kind of feel that effect. He's not going to talk out loud right now, but while he still has the cloak over, he's gonna go ahead and cast Enhance Ability to go ahead and give himself Owl's Wisdom.
Okay.
And then he is going to pull off the cloak and he is going to attempt to talk to Mystic. He's just going to kind of lean over and say, "Hey, can you hear me now?"
Is this thing on?
Mystic just like looks left and right. Cold?
Right, yeah. Figured the temperature's probably the first thing on your mind. My name is Zedri. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mystic. Is that what you prefer to go by? Or do you have a nickname that your friends call you?
Well, Mystic's fine.
Brilliant. I just wanted to commend you for earlier. I know those big wolves that came in were pretty scary, but you stayed in your place, and I was wondering if maybe we could check in with some of the others, make sure that if something happens again, that they aren't prone to run away like they did before. Causes quite a hassle when you all leave and we have to chase after you. My friend flew after one of you, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the rest of them aren't yeah, they're not as disciplined. I think that's the word. They don't like stay. They're pretty scared. I'm pretty brave, so it's not really much of a problem. But you know, I have a few words. I suppose lady back at the stable called them bleats. But yeah, I talk with them. No promises.
Perfectly fine. I figured that maybe you're a little more food motivated, and Zedri is going to reach in his pack and grab one of the rolls and split it in half, and just kind of like dangle it forward for Mystic.
Snap it out of your hand real quick. Oh yeah, this is good. Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah,
Between
between promises, but I think I probably do a pretty good job, getting that lined up and stuff.
good to hear. Between your bravery and bleats, between my firm hand of discipline and more than likely just the food, just as long as everybody's on the same page. And Zedri's gonna go through and spend that time to try to categorically go through each person's mount and make sure that they are on board to stay with the group.
Yeah, you get varying levels of intelligence out of them. Some carry on conversations a little bit closer to mystics. Some are more grunts and yeses and nos. You definitely get a few that don't cooperate with you, as they saw there was food offerings over on that side. They're kind of holding out.
I will offer a half roll to all of them at some point in the conversation, whether they are
Okay.
complying and it's just a reward, or if they need that little bit of bribery.
Yeah, any of them that protest or don't really cooperate, once they're offered the half roll, then it's the conversation goes downhill as it turns into a mumbly mess of full mouths. But cooperation increases significantly. They seem like they're all on board.
I knew they would be food motivated. Darn it, they always are.
Lonan
That's
will
a
ask.
vast improvement over the feed.
Lonan will ask Zetri what Moonspark says.
Zedru will be truthful, and he's just going to serve as a mouthpiece and instantly recite back anything Moonspark says, grunts, or makes other noises.
Let's see.
It was Moonspark and Mystic that were the only ones that stayed behind.
Yeah, Moonspark's another one of the ones that's cooperative, doesn't need the roll as cooperation. Doesn't really say a lot, just kind of some head bobs that you can actually pick up on. There's just a general head bobbing along with in agreement, but ultimately is not as derogatory towards the rest of them, just more so yep, I can do that, I don't know why snow rams are southern, they just are.
It's fine.
Ironic, actually.
Should the conversation go on for too long, though, we have 4 hours. Zedri's just going to continually ritual cast.
Okay.
Speak with animals, but he has the enhance ability up for an hour just to give him leverage. Should he need to speak a little more eloquently, or in this case, maybe just more simple.
Yeah, that's definitely more. The intelligence on the snow rams is 4, so they're not dumb, but they're far short of true speech levels, so it's a little bit lower than talking to the Cyclops.
Fair. We all know how that one ended, so.
All right. Knowing the results of your rolls, it's entirely. I'll turn it over to you guys. Is there any conversations that you have amongst the group going down the line? Kiesel's obviously on his lonesome out front, so not a whole lot of opportunity to speak there. But Jofreidr and Aliona second in line. Any conversations you wish to play out?
Oh, how are you feeling? We're starting to get a little close.
Oh, I suppose you could say I'm a bit nervous. Not quite sure what to expect. So far, what we've heard, it is empty, or was at least. Not really any news on what kind of state it's in, but I suppose we'll find that out soon enough.
So.
definitely trying to ask for better friends and better companion to be here with me, though.
They're very impressive. Uh, It's it's interesting getting to see you with new people. It's a new side of you.
We're an interesting group, to say the least. But we've all saved each other at least a few times.
I appreciate that of them. Keeping you safe.
Alfred and Salinas?
You know, Salinas, that was like the third rock that looks the same. I don't know if this is going so well.
You know, I was really hoping that I would get something that was more expansive. Not that I'm complaining. I didn't want to be rude. But I was really hoping if I could maybe try and plot out the route in between
It just seems
the
like tundra
area
all
where
the
the
way.
east, well, the area where the Eastbjorn clan is, and Skelet and Skelettvile. But regardless, can he try to wave Lonan over a little bit
Yeah,
as
we
well.
can
Yeah,
we can,
she'll
pull
come up
back a
closer to
little.
him. What y'all need?
Oh, just a quick question. If a party of the size of a small army were to pass through, um, how long before tracks might go away?
I suppose that would depend on the snow. If it were snowing a lot and very fast, probably pretty quickly, and we know a snowstorm came through here not too long ago. So, that might be more of a question for Jofreidr, as I don't deal with snow as often.
No,
I mean,
that is fair. I just
that was still a good answer. I mean, if we know that there's been a snowstorm recently, then if we find tracks, then we know that they're relatively fresh.
Yeah, if the weather's clear, I would say at most maybe a day before they start falling in on it itself, especially if there's a lot of them packing it
all
down.
right.
But honestly, with how it's been out here the last few weeks that we've heard, anything we see is probably somewhat recent.
That's fair. I guess it was a sort of a pipe dream to hope that tracks would still exist from the attack.
So those were probably gone very soon after. And in all honesty, I wouldn't be surprised if they did have casters on their team, that they would have maybe had them covering up their tracks afterward. It's not out of the question. That's what I
Perhaps.
would do.
Yes, I could perhaps see that. Yes. How are you, how are you feeling? How are the two of you holding up in this weather?
I mean, I haven't been in weather like this since I was a kid, so it's familiar. In a long time.
Does it snow in the Utendunk?
Not underground, but it snows in Ishnar. It's actually colder up there than it is here.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so
I mean,
we shouldn't go to Ishnar, right?
I mean, I can probably give you a list of reasons why you shouldn't go there. Yeah, it's cold. I remember when I was a kid, real little, there was one real bad winter. My brother and I had a cot in the kitchen that we would sleep on, stay warm. About what little bit of the cooking fire was left.
That sounds horrible. I hate being cold.
Well, admittedly, my family was well, we weren't much of anything, I'll say that.
I mean, at least you had each other.
Yeah, we did. It's
well,
more
I mean,
than a lot of
we
people.
dealt with. Sorry.
No, you're good. I understand it. It was a long time ago.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes I struggle to remember what my mother looked like. But I have my brother. We have our family.
And you have us.
Yeah. But like I said, for many reasons you don't want to end up in Ishnar. It's the weather's cold and a lot of the people are colder.
Dealt with the dealt with the winters in Averia before in the mountains, but
Yeah.
never anything this cold before.
Never. I think we only. I don't know if we ever got to Averia on our way to Ikaria. What's it like over there?
Well, let's just say I can give you a lot of reasons not to go to Averia.
Is there anywhere you should go? I mean,
Untendunk is pretty fun.
actually,
I
was
can
gonna say
definitely
Burrell.
recommend some nice places to stay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that sounds good. As long as we don't have to end up in Ishnar.
Oh, Udendunk is in Okaria, so
Yeah. But I mean, I was gonna say like, Burrell is pretty nice as well. Like, it's a little bit warmer. I think the people are nice. At least around where I'm from.
yeah. Isn't there a city that connects the or somewhere part of the Untendunk in Burrell? Or am I mistaken?
DM, would I know of any Dunk adjacent Burrellian city?
Roll me a history check.
Ooh.
There we go. That was weird. It was like on both 5 and 15.
With a 19, you'd be aware of the underground, the Undunk, but not that it has any like direct connections into Brawl. There might be some nearby, near the border, but you aren't aware of any that are actually into Brawl.
Do you know what the city is called? I haven't the faintest.
No, I just have heard in some of the bigger cities, some discussion of Baral occasionally. I was wondering if there was any. I stick to some of the same areas most of the time.
No, but I'd love to see if there's a path connecting.
That
make
would be
it-
amazing.
Yeah, it would make it very easy to get there.
Mm-hmm. So you'd probably have, I mean, maybe some trouble finding a guide.
Maybe? I don't know. I mean, as I said, everyone's pretty friendly.
That's fair. So where all have y'all been in your travels?
I haven't really traveled all too much before meeting the rest of the group here. I mean, yeah, I just honestly went around Eagle Fall. There wasn't too much else. I was taking care of my brother most of the time, just trying to keep him out of trouble.
Well, we traveled all up and down Gloria and Veria during my childhood.
I was traveling with Kiesel. I know y'all talk about it very fondly, but also it seems like it wasn't the most comfortable time.
It was, it was, how does one describe, it was interesting and then subsequently extremely violent.
Okay. Was Kiesel the one being violent, or was that violence like enacted upon you?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, we
You find trouble.
the you were oh, I guess London, you probably haven't heard this story yet.
No, but I'd like to.
Yeah, no, Kiesel and I met. We were hired for the same job, just, you know, caravan guards. And in the area, and the merchants got attacked. Slaughtered pretty much everyone there. As far as I know, only the two of us escaped. We were on the run for a year and a half. On the way to Cybil when we met these folks.
Well, that's a wild time.
Sure. Especially when you get a threatening letter 2 years later.
Is that why you don't want to go back to Averia? I mean, I wouldn't blame you if that were the case.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty large part of it.
So there's someone over there hunting y'all, or trying to hunt y'all down? Because of a failed guard job?
I think that's more of a... My guess would be a silencing the witness sort of deal.
That, makes sense.
That seems to be how they do it over there, isn't it? I think I remember Kiesel talking about something similar with a different story.
Well, yes. But we will. Sounds like we will need to head there eventually. Regardless.
Well, maybe we can disguise y'all while we're over there. That might work.
Perhaps. Where have you been? Lonan?
Born in Ishtar. Went through a little bit of Polaria to get to Portsmouth before went through 6 spells for a little bit and ended up in Okaria to the Untendunk, and I stayed down there up until after Arlo fell sick. Did most of my work down there for a long time, and I only left down there a few months ago. It was, honestly, I still remember the first time I saw the night sky since I was a kid. It was beautiful. But,
Yeah, I guess we really take it for granted looking up at the sky like that.
yeah. I mean, I know a little bit about Teleria. That's where Arlo's from. Teleria or Averia. He's been through both.
Did he also have some sort of band of people come after him?
Oh, no. He and his cousin were, well, his cousin and one of their friends, they went to college. They went to university, that's what he said. And after they finished, they wanted to come find other stories around the world, what other folk tales or stories people told, and they came across the Sea of Kings and ended up in the Untendunk where I met them. He's done a lot more traveling than I have.
We'll interject that we're not in a blizzard like we were the last time you guys were traveling. So technically, all of this conversation, unless anybody's doing whispered, anybody can feel free to jump in at any point in time because you'd be able to overhear everything being said. Same as Zedri's probably making his rounds through talking to a bunch of snow rams as you're going to. So.
Well, then I also will ask, what does Snowflake say when Cedric comes up? What sort of vibe is Snowflake?
Snowflake is definitely the more gruntier of the group. Just go along with things and not a whole lot of conversation. Far more in the and then sniffing for these rolls that have been being handed out.
At one point, I think Zedri will just say, "Yeah, okay. I'm going through everybody and giving rolls. Slow your roll." And Zedri will reach in, and as he rips one in half, he'll say, "I do have enough for all of you to have half of one as well. I figured that since the Snow Rams are very food motivated, it might be the best way to make sure that they stay around next time. I mean, we are heading into the eye of the storm, as it were."
Well, the eye should be calm, right? That's what they say?
Yes. I'm a little bit worried about the environment around Snodeskall, though. And if it is calm on the approach, doesn't that seem weird?
Well, if everybody or everything that we've been hearing is right, then Snodeskall would be the eye because it'll be empty. More than likely, but surrounding there's other threats. But with the weather today, I don't think we'll run into too many issues.
Jofreidr, do you know where the Ironsbjorn used to hold up before?
Checks internal memory bank.
Brain blast.
I thought it. Oh, it doesn't say where they were though. But wouldn't
Map's
it-
probably your best bet.
Yeah, wasn't it more to like the southwest?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, originally, I mean, with them being a smaller clan, they typically stuck more to the southwest and never really ventured out too far. But I suppose if they gained a powerful ally, can reach further, do more things.
Mm-hmm.
You say stuck to the southwest. Is like the northeast more lucrative in terms of resources?
Well, everybody has their own, I suppose, specialty resource, but there's also many nomadic clans that you'd have to look out for if you traveled too far away from your homeland. For us, my people at least, we did it a little differently. We just went by boat. It's quicker than on foot and can reach a lot further.
Like, there's a chance that, I mean, they're still sticking to the same old stomping grounds.
Well, I suppose if they're still around, then what we had left of their settlement should still be there, I suppose. Or if they magically bolster their numbers, it may be bigger than it was.
Oh, Jofreidr, how would, from Snodeskall, how would your tribe launch an attack like that?
Well, we're right by the water, so most of our attacks were done as sea raids, but as for them, well, you just march through the forest.
Fair enough.
I mean, as good as snow rams are, there's only so many. You can hardly move an army all by a snow ram. Well, I say army, but I suppose terms of army here are a little bit different than the rest of the world.
As you are all carrying on this conversation, say you're starting to reach about midday, so snow rams start to slow as you're finishing up your conversations. You'll be starting to get to a point where you might want to be talking about midday break.
Have we been traveling along like a path or a stream? Or are we close to any sort of body of water?
Give me an investigation. Best you can tell, don't know where the hell Jofreidr's leading you. There doesn't seem to be any sort of road. There's no water sources of any significance that you go past. I mean, every once in a while you cross like a little creek that you can barely even tell is there because it's snow covered. You just see that there's a few melted spots where the snow is given way into the little creek bed, or catch a glint off of ice instead of snow. But for the most part, you just seem to be traveling across nothingness to nothingness. No real landmarks of any sort anywhere to really figure out how is Jofreidr leading you. Just gotta trust him.
The ocean's right there. That's how I know where I'm going.
It stays on the right. We're good.
Jofreidr, besides the ocean being on the right, is there anything that you know of that's like a place that we could take our animals for?
Well, in Snodeskall, there's a stable, but that's of course still half days away, roughly. What you see is what we have, really. This is most of Torsland. It's another reason why traveling over land to raid is typically not the best idea, especially over longer distances. Everything starts looking the same after a little while.
Yeah, no, I was telling Selenas, I think we passed the same boulder like 3 or 4 times.
Well, at least once we get closer to Snodeskall, the trees will look a bit different.
Different?
Well, different than these other trees that aren't around much here.
I was about to say, what trees?
There was one in the last 5 miles.
You know that one that has more like pine needles? Well, ours also have pine needles, but the wood's a different color.
Oh, okay. Yeah, about 5 miles back, Alfred stopped on the side of the road and grabbed a branch for Cybil.
Yeah, to be sure to take note of that one tree that's there in the middle of nowhere.
Real world problems. That was the one place where anybody could have any privacy to go do their dailies.
Would there be
On the
like
entire
any
trip.
larger rock formations or anything nearby we could kind of sit down by?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably figure out something with that.
What kind of... Because if we're following along the shoreline, is it like... I'm guessing it's like a rocky beach?
So you're not like along the shoreline. It's just a matter of off on the horizon. You can tell that
Okay.
the land gives way. When you're in Skelettville, I believe, did everybody take a watch, or did just a few of you help out with the watch?
Just a few.
Okay,
Logan was
who all
not
helped
one
out
of
with the
them.
watch? Kiesel and Selenas did. I knew that, and Jofreidr. And did Zedri?
No.
Okay. Was it just those 3?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, so those 3, if they made the rounds, just like to keep awake, walking around. If you made the whole rounds of the palisade wall, on the north side of the village, you would have been looking off into the ocean and realizing that you're actually up on a cliff, a good, varying different points, but at that point you would have been somewhere around 70 to 80 feet up off the beach. Based off of the terrain you've traveled across, the 3 of you that observed that would have basically concluded that's about the long ways. Jofreidr would know that there's not beach access points along this coast. It is cliff sides almost all the way along until you get down to the river beds. All right, so you find a nice little rocky outcropping to take a short rest for a midday rest.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I guess as you get prepared to take that rest and is anybody doing any rest activities?
I don't know if it's a rest activity, but Alfred's gonna see if he can try and find some water.
Oh, there's plenty of water. You just gotta melt it.
It's not hard for you or Zedri to start a fire.
That's fair. I guess if we're sitting down for an hour.
Alfred's got a hand with a snowball, and then his other hand is producing flame underneath his hand.
Alfred
Yeah.
can start the fire real quick, and then at the end, Zedric can put it out. We can have a fire for an hour. Safely.
Safely.
Zedri will tend to the mounts during the time.
Right before we take a short rest, Salinas would go up to Aliona. How are you doing?
Doing fine.
So, I'm not really sure, I'm not really sure what we're going to be walking into. And I have, most of the rest of people's names here. He kind of pats, like his chest where his book is stored in his big jacket. So I wanted to do a little bit of preparation if you're comfortable.
What type of preparation?
Oh, just a little bit of magic.
Okay.
I
I suppose I trust you.
Well, I appreciate it. Salinas is going to kind of offer sit down next to her, and kind of offer his hand out to Aliona.
She'll take it.
Yeah, just kind of places his hand on top and closes his eyes. Whew. All right. This is a Aurora. Aurora, please give your protection. He seems very uncomfortable. Like, this is not something he's very used to doing. And there's a very faint, like, white, yellow glow. And as you look on the back of her hand, there's a small symbol. It's like the sigil of Aurora as he casts Death Ward on Aliona.
Very nice. When she sees him having a little trouble with the prayer, she'll reach over, put her hand on top of his other hand, just give him a nice little supportive pat. You're doing good.
So, thank you. So if something bad were to happen, this should give you at least enough protection to get away.
Well, thank you very much. Be most helpful.
I appreciate
Hopefully it won't be needed, but I appreciate
I hope so too, but I think Jofreidr might kill all of us if you got hurt.
it.
And then he can take a short rest and get that spell slot back.
Specifically said right before we take a short rest.
Yeah. So for the next 8 hours, if you drop to 0 hit points, you would instead drop to 1 hit point.
Nice.
All right, Zedri's tending mounts. Rest of you just resting.
Lauren's gonna take a step away from the rest of the group for a minute.
Okay.
Kind of just face towards the ocean and is with like her hand curled around the ring that Ina gave her. She's gonna say, Sephora, no, I haven't ever really prayed to you one-to-one. but I want to ask that you protect your own who are in danger until we can get there. There are people who need your help, and I trust that you have their back. Thank you. And she's gonna go back to the rest of the group.
For the sake of brevity, Cedric, give me an animal handling check. Oh, wow. Nat 20, nice.
That'll do
Zedri
it.
now
Oh,
has
look at that. Cedric's bonding with them all.
Zedri now has all of our snow rams are willing to fight for him.
That way, when I run,
Willing to
the snow
die for
rams are
him.
coming with me.
Cedric turns on the party. He's got an army of 7 snow rams at his back.
Yeah.
All right. If anybody has any other little conversations that they pick up or any other little activities they want to do during rest, otherwise we'll get back on the road, or what amounts to a road here.
Hit the road, Jack.
Okay, hearing no objections, I'll say we take a little breather, eat some have rolls, and a quick prayer to Zephora and a quick death ward spell, and we're back up and going as the afternoon starts in. And feeling relatively rested, and more importantly, observing that the snow rams are ready to resume their journey, you set back out onto the snowy plains. The temperature continuing to warm up, skies remaining clear, slight breeze picking up as you get going. Nothing concerning or anything like that, just a matter of a little bit of extra nip from the wind. And continue at normal pace. All right. Anybody have any travel activities for the second half of your travel, or the afternoon portion of your travel?
Lonan will keep up with
Watching the
keeping
rear.
up watch. Yeah.
Okay.
Jofreidr will probably still be navigating and catching Alyana up on all the activities that we've done while he's been gone.
Okay. Any of you that are doing the same activities you did before, just give me the same roll you gave me before.
Do you want me to still do mine with disadvantage?
Yeah, because it'd still be cloudless skies.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Ooh.
I
Oof.
give.
That's cool.
Are
I
you
rolled-
gonna give Jofreidr the help action?
There you go.
Oh, it's better at least.
A little better, yeah.
It's hard to do a
I
lot.
love that Lonan
when,
rolls a
there's
nat 1, but
water.
it's still an 11. So
You haven't been here in a while.
No, I definitely see it as like the sun like shining off of the snow is probably a bit too much for eyes that do not like the sunlight already.
very fair.
As much as we are lacking a road, I think it would be kind of hard to miss Snodeskall. So
Oh, watch us try.
Salinas, Zedri, Alfred.
Alfred is giving up on the map, seeing as there's
Okay.
nothing in any sight. He's just gonna play with Cybil for a bit. Honestly, just spend some more time with her. He doesn't spend enough time with her.
It saves us from having to ask where Cybil is. Oh,
Super.
Saga, did you redeem Pet the Pet so that you could pet your own pet?
Yes. Someone needed. I was like, all right, someone needs to redeem this. Shade just jumped up on my lap, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and do it.
That's fair.
Like, I need more of an excuse to pet this little guy.
I heard Denali yelling outside, but he hasn't popped through the window yet, so.
Salinas.
I think, yeah, Salinas is in his own head right now.
Okay.
We're approaching Snodeskall, and he is in full, like, prep mode. Like, looking over the notes that he took earlier in the journey when Jofreidr was talking about the different clans, like looking at going over all the information he has, double checking his spells, like all of that sort of thing.
Okay. Cedric?
Zedri's doing the polar opposite. He's drawing in his field notes. He's like looking at the tracks that the different snow rims are leaving. And then he's also sketching out some of the kind of like crows that they saw on their approach to Skelettvile.
All right. Give me a performance. With a dex-based performance.
A dex-based performance, you say? Mm-hmm.
Nobody else saw him. It's all good. All right. Continuing on your way, early afternoon, feeling that cool breeze blowing across the plains, little wisps of snow being kicked up off of the fairly encrusted top layer of snow that you're plowing through with your snow rams. You get to see you're bonding with Cybil, I assume, as Cybil is not riding on the sled, is like running alongside and disappear, back up, jumping through the snow. And let's see, Alfred, give me an animal handling.
Okie dokie.
Go another wisdom base. That's always good.
Okie dokie.
Not bad.
Not too bad.
And yeah, those that are on watch don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Every once in a while, you get those little mirages again, Lonan, but less so. You're starting to adjust a little bit to that long expanse of snow out in front of you. And Jofreidr, you're doing your best to keep that navigation going with 13. When the Rosewood eventually comes into sight, you realize, oh, we veered a little bit too far south. Nobody else seems to notice as you just like quickly course correct and start sending everybody back up towards the top of the north of the forest. And after a few hours of travel, you all, after about an hour and a half of travel, you guys all start to catch sight of this pinewood forest up ahead. That's quite considerably large in the width as to how far it expands in your horizon, and so you're able to pick up on it fairly early on because of how wide it stretches out and the relatively flat surface that you're moving across. and continue to make the approach, and it getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you also start to find yourself veering a little bit more towards the coastline and that horizon of the cliffside, getting a little bit closer before eventually the forest is directly to your left and you're passing by it, and the ocean cliffside is not too far off to the right. And you catch sight of a small little village sitting down a little bit below the height you're at when you first catch sight of it, but still well above sea level. And perfectly quiet and empty. No signs of movement, no signs of smoke, no signs of any activity or life in the village that Jofreidr, you know before you ever get to it, but immediately recognizes, well, almost unrecognizable to you. A town of nearly 300 people, devoid of any activity in life, but completely matching up to the description provided to you by Lake the Trader back in Riyadh.
Yeah, as Snowsall does come into view, he'd probably stop for a few seconds before continuing onward. Maybe a little bit faster, but not at a fast pace, I suppose.
When he does pause, he takes a foot. Aliona's just gonna reach over and just squeeze as they, or he continues on. Doesn't say anything, just quiet support.
Does she accompany at the pace that he takes?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What about the rest of you? You watch as your stalwart barbarian pulls up his snow ram for a moment before heading off at a little bit brisker pace down towards this empty village that you all spy.
Keep up. Go a little faster.
Yeah, just about. Give a look
Lonan will
between.
kind of. Oh, sorry.
Just sort of like give a look between. Like, are we sure about this? And then like give a shrug of the shoulders and head on.
Lonan will kind of mutter to herself, Noctalis protect us, and follow behind.
All right, as you all head off at this slightly brisker pace, heading down the hill. Yeah, we haven't done any of these the whole way. Pretty give me an animal handling. Zedru with advantage because he's firmly bonded with all of these lovely creatures. Good thing there's that advantage. Get rid of that one.
Oh no! You jinxed me.
There's that one.
Intend to transfer to somebody.
There've been a few 1s and 20s tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone avoids Linus's snow ram, like it's had bad gas or something.
So Kiesel was in the front as the front watch and doesn't notice that Jofreidr and Aliona stop and the rest of you kind of, pull up and stop. And so when Jofreidr and Aliona go and take off at the brisk pace and like suddenly start passing him, the snow ram startles quick and loses control for a little bit, and so Kiesel actually ends up racing out to the front because the snow ram is trying to get away from all the other snow rams that have startled it from behind. So Kiesel will be the front one going to town. He is leading the charge. Salinas, the Nat 1. Your snow ram kind of just bucks back at you. Give me a dex save. Or a strength save, your option.
Oh, you know which one I'm going to do.
I figured dex was safe, but so you are able to hold on and just like basically like hold your thighs onto the side of the snow ram, as well as like gripping as hard as you can on the reins and keep from falling off. But then as your snow ram comes back down from rearing, it's now behind everybody else, and it seems a little bit skittish, but you're able to get it back on course. If you can do better than the Nat 1 on a repeat animal handling check.
You know, in theory,
It can't get worse.
this is true.
All right, with the 10, you're able to get right the ship and follow up behind, but your longtime friend is leading the charge out of control, and you're at the back trying to maintain control on yours. So you guys are nice fitting bookends to the group as you all go darting off towards this village at a slightly, not sprint, but a accelerated pace. And rushing down the little rise from the place that you first spied the village, you arrive at the western side of town, and I suppose that makes it map time, right? Not nap time, map time.
I miss nap time.
I mean, I would have been okay with the other one too.
Everybody, we're gonna take about a 15-minute break. Everybody's gonna grab a power nap. We'll be back.
Catnap. As we're approaching, Lonan is also going to summon Folk.
Okay. So this is facing south is the top. It's an upside down map. And you got your little ping if the map's pulling up for everybody. Everybody let me know when it's... Everybody can see what they're looking at?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a blank space? Okay. So that would be where you're coming into town. There are no walls. It's just open. To the south is this never-ending pinewood forest. To the north, there is rocky terrain, almost like a little series of... It's almost like a rocky embankment that runs along the north side, but standing up out of it, you can see the site of a tall, rough condition, old lighthouse or former lighthouse that stands up in atop this embankment. And out in front of you, a large collection. Yeah, well, large collection might be exaggerating, but a decently sized collection of wooden structures. Very simple, nothing too extravagant. Some larger than others, but nothing that really stands out as being of any particular purpose other than the little corral of a farmstead right here as you come in. You actually, right to your left as you hit the edge of town. Excuse me. There's a little barn, or maybe this is the stables that Jofreidr was referring to, on the edge of town, and then right next to it, this little corral with some lean-to structures and little paths leading off in all directions throughout the town. But again, no signs of life, no signs of smoke from chimneys, no signs of footprints in the snow, no signs of any activity.
Do things seem like there was an attack here, or like everyone just kind of up and left?
Give me an investigation.
Can Lonan help him?
I hope so.
You can give your own, actually. You can give your own
Okay.
investigation.
That's part of
Anybody who is attempting to figure out if there's been an attack can go ahead and give an investigation.
Yeah.
Because Jofreidr's 5 is definitely not going to be the leader here. And way to go, Lonan, with the nat 20.
Oh,
She really wanted to help out.
apparently.
Let's see. Is there one more out there? Selena's
Yeah,
investigating.
I can do it.
Sorry,
It's up to you.
Prettier.
He's more focused on going to his.
Oh, look at that!
Oh!
Another
Hey.
nat 20.
Jimmy, look at that. Pick it up.
And good, you guys rolled different things. So one of you gets a Eureka, and one of you gets an Expert. Jofreidr, looking around, you don't see any signs of anything to indicate that there's been sort of an attack. There just doesn't seem to be any damage to any of the immediate structures around you. There's no signs of anything, really, with a 5. Lonan,
Mm-hmm.
echoing what Jofreidr sees as being, you don't notice that there's no burned structures, there's no damaged structures around you. Everything's perfectly intact. On initial, investigation of the surroundings. And that goes the same for Aliona, Kiesel, Alfred. You all just kind of, well, if there was an attack, Jofreidr's people are not living up to the reputation of Jofreidr. If there was an attack and it went down this quietly, it just looks surprisingly undisturbed. Those of you that hit dirty 20 or nat 20s, so Zedri, Salinas, and Lonan, upon further investigation, you find the subtlest little signs that you don't 100% know the source, but you each find different little signs around that show, and they are subtle. So dirty 20, nat 20 was the only way you're going to find this type of stuff. That the indentation of where an arrow was in the side of this building, but the arrow is gone, and so it is just the little cross hatch of the barbed arrow. One little cut into the corner of a building from some sort of a blade, but there's no sign of the blade's still there. It takes a very deep investigation by the three of you, but you each find these different elements. One of you will say, Lonan, you find the arrow marks, which is your area of expertise, so something that jumps out to you immediately. Zedri, you find this blade mark, and Salinas, you find probably the most obscure of them all. As you are just venturing around here, you find just the subtle change in coloration on the top of the roof of these little lean-tos that are here with the farmstead. That something impacted here, some sort of elemental force impacted here. And it is super subtle, but you guys are able to pick up on these things. Much to the rest of the other four have no idea what you guys are looking at, have no idea that you're finding anything. It's just, Jofreidr, your initial investigation that prompted all of this, no sign of an attack.
Yeah, not seeing anything obvious. I'll kind of lead him past the corral a little bit, but like stop at the corner by the house next door to it, and hop off the snow rim and kind of
That one?
hide up real quick. Yes, before heading towards the front door.
Jofreidr, question. Each of the clans of Torslin have specific fighting styles. Is something that's uniquely them, right?
Suppose that's fair to say, yes.
Are the Isborns like assassins or something? All I see is a Nick, and he'll point to the corner of the building.
There's
I
some
will say,
places
Zedri, you're over on that building.
there's
He'll
some
call out
places
across.
where arrows were shot into walls, but the arrows are long gone.
Can Salinas cast detect magic really quickly?
Yep.
Is there any
No.
kind of?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is there any kind of residue on this lean-to, or is that not a?
You cast your detect magic, and looking around in your immediate vicinity, nothing lights up other than the objects carried by your friends.
Okay, sure.
I suppose I'll retract that a little bit. So the objects on your friends, as well as your friends in a very subtle coloring, and the accumulation of different birds and the rabbit that goes darting past have a little bit of magical coloring comes off of everybody, but nothing noticeable that is strong enough to strike you as spellcasting.
Or, well, I would say that not since, but might be able to confirm perhaps some sort of magic user. Looks like some sort of elemental attack here. Kind of outlines, just like makes a circle and like kind of like points like this rough bean shape in the snow that looks just like pretty much like all the rest of the snow.
So, Jofreidr, based off of your experience living here, growing up here, some old holes from arrows. That shit happens. Nicks from a blade. That shit happens. Spellcasting? That's out of the ordinary. That's not something that would be something that would cause you more concern on, oh, something happened here that does not predate your time.
Well, they certainly aren't assassins. There may be some past damage on some of these buildings, but magic isn't very common around here. As much as the Icebjorn clan does, I suppose, try to harness power of the cold, spellcasting and such isn't much of anyone's forte around here. So, maybe a bigger threat than just that clan.
I mean, Gela did say they had spellcasters with them when they attacked Skelettvile.
I guess the only question is where they're from. Like, I would assume they're not from here.
Wouldn't make sense if they were from here. Not if they're magic users.
DM, quick clarification. Did Gela specifically say that they had spellcasters? Or were we just assuming because she said that there was something strange about them?
I think there was some indication that they had casters with them. I don't remember if it was like stated completely affirmatively that they did, but that there was indication that they may have had magic users with them, which was
Okay.
very out of the ordinary.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, of course, certain magics like healing magic and things of that sort are a little bit more common, but huge icy blasts or anything of that sort would be few and far in between anywhere in Torsland. That must be getting outside help from somewhere.
Where's the safest place within Snodeskall?
Well, there's a few different places. Sea caves are fairly sheltered and away from the elements. I suppose we could go down there. We can also see if any of the boats are left. But first, I'd like to check here.
Yeah, we should at least see if, I mean, maybe there is anyone left behind who has stayed hidden, or any other notes or signs of what happened.
And with that, he would swing the door open that he's standing in front of.
Who all follows Jofreidr?
Aliona will. She'll just stay by him as we go through the whole town.
Okay. And Salinas, I saw a nod.
First house he's gonna check is this one.
Jofreidr, what's it look like inside?
Well, assuming there's no fire, it'd be cold, probably pretty dark. It's a fairly open floor plan. On the sides, there's a few like little, I guess, like half rooms where there's bits of wall sitting out. There's in a few of them there's a bed or two, and then the back probably about a quarter of it would be walled off separately, but there wouldn't be any real doors or anything. It'd be more like cloth or hide. And going through the center, you would have like a fire pit, and at the end closest to the other end of the house, there'd be a fairly simple table with some chairs. One of the chairs being a little bit bigger and being at the head of the table. A little bit fancier of design too, nice wood carvings and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the building looks relatively the same as what you would expect it to. No direct signs of anything terribly damaged, no signs of fire, no signs of struggle of any sort. Only two things stand out to you as being odd. One being that larger chair at the end of the table is laying on its back on the floor, and the other being a couple of the like footlocker chests that are in the bedroom areas are open and items strewn out of them.
Yeah, Jofreidr would slowly walk to the end of the table to the bigger chair. So there's nothing laying around there. He'd probably just slowly set the chair back up.
Are we right to believe that? Is this your home, Jofreidr?
Yes, it is. This is father's chair. Brother, sister sleep over there.
So, and Kisa will step up. Do you know what they were looking for? I mean, if they took things out of those specific chests,
Oh,
not that I would want to ask what is in there, but
they'll just be probably their personal belongings. I don't see anything important ever being stored there. Everyone had their own stashes of little knickknacks and such, of course, so definitely looks like it could have been a raid, but well, it's a little bit quiet at the same time for our raid.
Maybe they left on their own for some reason.
Convincing all of us to just up and leave, or to have a reason to up and leave, is a bit strange though. And Jofreidr will start stepping towards the back room and kind of push the, I just like curtain of fur aside, kind of just peek around what would have been his parents' bedroom.
This room seems a little bit more disturbed than the stuff out front. Still no signs of like outright damage, but there's more items scattered to the floor. A few items that are broken. Little wooden ornamental things that had been stored. One that particularly stands out to you is a small little idol of Briora that your mother kept by the bed that lays on the ground, all broken into two pieces. Other than that, it looks like. Well, you know what, Jofreidr, give me another shot at an investigation check here.
Nope.
Oh my lord!
Can Aliona help?
Oh. Give an inspiration if you want to burn it. It's your
Yeah,
call.
I'm gonna burn the inspiration. That's a good time to do it.
Join those 2 fire hearts over there that don't have the inspiration at the moment.
That's a lot better.
That's much
better.
better.
Yeah.
With a dirty 20, definitely gives you vibes that somebody was searching for something. And in this room, the 2 people that would have been searching for things in this room that legitimately could have been searching for things wouldn't have left it like this.
See a possible being they left in a hurry, but whoever made this mess wasn't my family or my people. Someone was looking for something. As for what that is, I have no idea.
Also say with the dirty 20, you don't notice anything actually being missing. Other than something you would expect to be missing if your father wasn't home. I'll presume you're taking the hint on what that would be.
Lonan will go over and pick up the broken idol of Briora and kind of set it back on a table in the 2 pieces, but just get it off the floor.
Can't say for certain, though. Whenever they did leave, they were geared. Father's armor's not here, his hammer. So they were ready for something.
I mean, it goes back to the fact that, I mean, the only people left behind in Skelettvile were those who were hiding, so, or weren't there. I guess that begs the question of, why did they take anyone, and why aren't there any bodies around of those that they didn't manage to take?
About how much daylight would be left?
A good amount. I mean, you're probably 4 o'clock.
Well, I know one place, maybe 2 places we may be able to check. One is just about 15 minutes south of the town. We would like to check there first. If we don't find anything there, we can wander down here for the night, see if we find anything else throughout the town.
And the other place?
Suppose more of a childhood hideaway of me and my sister. A little bit more off the beaten path, a little bit secretive. If they went there, probably wouldn't be found.
Should be a good place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to try and check the rest of the town first?
There's one other place in town I would like to check first, yes. That's
Alright.
on the other side, but maybe able to get a look at what's out in the water if there's anything.
Do you think they would have taken the ships and just gone out to sea?
Well, the ships are fairly well hidden and protected in the caves. If they took them, there's a fair number of them. Maybe they just took a few, if anything, but I suppose boats wouldn't really be a thing you would raid for.
Unless you needed them for use. Unless they plan on using them too.
I think that it's apparent to everybody here that Lonan's ability to scout and your familiarity with your hometown are probably the best things that we have to go off of. I'd like to help if possible, and Zedra will put out a hand.
Of course. Any help is appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll go ahead and cast Enhance Ability. I'll go ahead and give them Fox's Cunning so they can see a little better. Ironic that the eagle one is not
Sight.
is not sight.
Right.
It's charisma, actually.
Yeah.
Goofy
does-
guys over there.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen an eagle? Like, they look so goofy. They
do.
do look very
They got
goofy.
negative charisma.
You just look at them
honestly.
straight on them, they're like,
They look like they're on the verge of a panic attack.
I would say, but
You
I'm not gonna judge them for
flip it
that.
around. Fox's charisma and eagle is.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'd probably start heading back out of the house.
Okay.
Probably get back on the
Yes.
programs to head to the other side of the village.
DM, do I pick up anything magical when we head inside the house, or anything pings as we ride across the village?
Inside the house, no, nothing comes up as magical. You pick up a very, very low level aura off the idol.
Okay.
But aside from that, everything seems to be just simple. As you are going to exit the house, Lonan, roll me a perception check with advantage. Because you need the advantage.
Oh yeah, totally.
With a nat 20.
Ooh, baby! It's another one! Ooh, trapped it.
Are there any traps?
No, there are no traps.
No
But as you
traps.
get kind of, I guess, what would be your guys' order of people? Jofreidr leading the way, I presume, with Alyona close by. What about the rest of you?
Lonan would probably be, if not at the back, at least near the back.
Okay. Anybody else objecting and saying that they would be further back than Lonan?
Is question.
Mhm.
What are these torches made out of? Like torches that we would have as like adventuring gear. Is there some sort of coating at the top of them? Is it like a sticky like pitch substance? Or
I wouldn't say it's probably going to be a sticky substance for you to be able to store them. Just be more of a cloth wrapping that's been dipped in something that's been wrapped around the end of this limb, basically, or wooden rod.
okay, yeah. With that, Zidri will not be at the back.
Okay.
Doing my part.
So, as you all exit out of Jofreidr's home, or Jofreidr's dad's home, or however he wants to phrase it, Lonan at the back, you just, as you're about to exit with a freaking 30, you just give a quick sniff of the air, and you smell a smell that stands out more to you than it does to anybody else in this party. You smell just that little subtle, and it is very subtle, smell of blood.
Mm-hmm.
And your attention is drawn to, you follow it with your 30, and follow it to the doorway, and find just this one little smear of blood going down the door frame. About a little bit above waist level. It's not much. It's pretty faint. You actually seeing it, if you weren't looking for it, you would never notice it with your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
because you notice that the wood in this place all has a pinkish red hue to it, which this just blends in with. It just a slight, it's like a wet stain on a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that slight discoloration, but combined with your sense of smell, you're able to catch it.
She's gonna kind of kneel down till she's like about eye level with it. Does
Mhm.
it look like it was just like someone like hit against it and left the stain, or that it was like a hand, or was it like trying to make something?
Give me an investigation now that you have your fox's cunning going on over there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
25.
Ooh.
It's like a hand went down the door frame on its way out,
Okay.
but there's no sign that like the door frame itself did not cause the injury or anything like that. It's
Mm-hmm.
somebody with blood on their hands, smeared blood on the doorway.
All right. She'll stand back up and follow the others. Well, whoever left that house last, or somewhat recently, was injured. There's blood on the doorframe.
And Cedric just shakes his head. This is why I defer to people like you and Jofreidr.
I could smell it.
But there's still no bodies.
I mean, it still is an extra bit of information.
Hmm.
All right, Jofreidr, are we heading towards where you pinged for me?
Yes.
Okay.
Opposite side of town or
All right.
village. So
So you head out of the house, head down that little side road here. I'm gonna really enjoy the pinging. And then cut across here, just going past variety of different buildings. There's a few where the doors are sitting open, which stands out a little bit, uh, but still no signs of activity. Um, as you turn the corner here, you spook a few crows that fly off the roof of one of the buildings, fly off into the distance. But that's as lively as anything gets as you traverse through the town. As to detect magic, same thing, just picking up, the little signs coming off of the various pieces of wildlife. But aside from that, it's quiet and still, and no glowy auras coming off of anybody as you head all the way out to the rest of you. Seems like you're leaving town, heading off to the northwest. And up ahead, just see this one little shack that's about half set into the ground, like a basement house. There's just the roof and a little window level that sits above ground, and everything else seems to sink down below. And as you get closer, you find that there's a little rough natural stairwell built down in that's just, it's not wood or anything like that, just hard packed dirt steps that cycle off the path and down into um, the front of this little basement style house hut that is honestly very reminiscent of like a sod house in the Western Plains, aside from the wooden roof above. And the door sits open, creaking a little bit as it blows with the slight breeze. And inside, propped up against the back wall, in a seated position, is body of a familiar face. Jofreidr, as you see what remains of Herdert, as he has been picked away by the animals over the past month and a half and is in a very bad way, bad condition. No signs of life.
Yeah, he'd probably see if there's like a sheet or cloak or blanket or something nearby to cover up the body with for now.
You're
And
usually able to grab the blanket off of his bed, just
he'd
cover him
probably just
up.
quietly say, "I'm sorry, old friend, that I couldn't be here."
Me, investigation now that you have your cunning too.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better investigation rolls there, Jofreidr. With a 19, as you're going to cover him up, you see that he's got a hand axe that's sitting next to his right hand on the ground. Um, at some point in time, it was likely still in his hand. It's got a good smattering of blood on the blade, as well as around him. You're able to find remnants of some feathers, little tufts of fur. That your 19 investigation leads you to believe that he probably fended off quite a few animals, that he was not left here dead, that he was left here unable to do anything more than try and fend things off, that something had been done, that his legs no longer worked, and that he fended off, he lasted as long as he could.
Yeah, he would put the hand axe in his lap and cover it with the hands of her art before covering it.
Aliona, I'd say you would catch sight of Heridirt before Jofreidr's completely doing all the covering up. The rest of you guys, this isn't a very large hut. It's a pretty small little shack. So being able to catch sight of exactly what Jofreidr's doing, very few of you would actually see anything other than Aliona. But you'd see this individual that is very reminiscent of the people that you just left in Skelettvile. Another giant, very similar features, and from what you can make out, despite the severe damage that's been done to this body over the passage of time, it's not a pleasant sight.
Yeah, I mean, Aliona's, this isn't anything Aliona's like seen before, so
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe a
really-
con
Yeah.
save for
Alright.
Galiona. I was gonna leave it up to you. I think you gave me my answer, so
My fantasy grounds just got really weird all over the place.
it's trying to help you with the con save.
Yeah, it's like, no, you don't
No,
want
you
to do
can't roll this.
this.
With a 9, uh, yeah, it's you're able to keep your composure for a little bit, but it's kind of that. It's my wife's favorite thing on television shows is when somebody does the gag face, that you're at that gagging. Thankfully, because of the cold, it's not a thorough stench in the room or anything like that that's overpowering, despite the stage of decay. But the sight itself is quite grotesque. That with a 9, if you don't excuse yourself, you're probably going to be vomiting towards somebody's lap pretty quick. So
Yeah, I think she just immediately just covers her mouth and quickly steps out the door.
Yeah, Lonan will kind of guide her away
Yeah, Jofreidr
back
would be
outside.
not far behind, so.
leaving the rest of you to actually get to see the scene. So other than the blanket that's covering everything up.
Is the blanket, does it have like wet spots based on this body, or is it so preserved that nothing's like contaminating onto the blanket.
No, there's nothing soaking through the blanket or anything like that. But this body stopped bleeding a long, long time ago.
It's been a little while.
Zedri will like step in, but he's gonna pop his head out of this half underground hut and just say, Jofreidr, do I have your permission to not a full autopsy, but you know.
Oh, if there's anything anyone would notice, I think it would be you. I don't know how much you'll be able to tell, but
I appreciate it. Zedri will head back in and approach the blanket. He'll make eye contact with Alfred and Salinas as he puts his hands on it. Are you both okay?
Yeah, I think we're doing all right. Or I'm doing all right. How are you?
Are you asking Salinas or Zedri?
Oh, yeah, sorry, maybe. Salinas, how are you doing?
I'm all right. Wish I was a little bit more prepared.
Zedri, have you uncovered the body?
He was asking that question as
Okay,
a trigger.
before.
Yeah, as soon as Selena says, "I wish I was more prepared," Zedri rips it off. It's yeah.
But he doesn't seem that disturbed by by there being a corpse there.
That was the question. I think y'all read into it a little bit deeper, which I love. So it's realistic.
All right. The 4 of you in there, I believe now. So that would be Kiesel, Alfred, Salinas, and Zedri. Give me con saves. You guys get a little bit easier going here. Oh, expert saves here. Look at that.
Amazing.
Man,
Very
Dead
strong.
body's got nothing on you, apparently. So, not even a momentary, this is disgusting. Just a matter of, it is what it is. This is the face of death. All right, Zedri, as you reveal Herdurt's corpse to your 3 companions down here, as the other 3 are outside helping Alyona regain her composure, which doesn't take too terribly long. 9 wasn't bad. What are we doing?
You said that there's animal wounds. So immediately Zedri's trying to pull together like patterning if there's holes that have been bored from like the beaks of birds, if there are scratches from like any sort of rodents or anything that have come through. He's going to try to write those off, and he's looking for inconsistencies in the wounds.
Okay. Give me an investigation. No, let's do it as a medicine, but use your intel instead of your wisdom. We'll combine the 2 that way. Nat 20.
Ooh.
Damn, the Nat 20s
Ooh.
tonight. Just rolling.
Truly.
I bring him back to life. That's what that means.
Yeah, you
Can I
cure.
argue?
I mean, that is a
Can I argue
debilitating
for Speak is
condition.
dead?
Death is a permanent condition, baby. No, we would get smited by the gods where we stand halfway underground, so.
All right, with a 27 on your Nat 20, quickly able to surmise it. So Herdurt's body there's no shoes. So the feet have been eaten away by animals, pretty substantially. Most likely rats with your nat 20 have been in here. You didn't see any sign of any animals when you came in, but there's not a whole lot left of him at this point to really make that much out. It's there's pieces here and there that are still somewhat intact, enough that Aliona could make that connection to this looking similar to the giants in Skelettvile. You're able to drill down on there's substantial animal injuries that almost all of them are post-mortem, but there are injuries that you get far enough down where there is not a lot to work with, but with a nat 20 you're able to conclude there are 3 entry wounds, one that's only partially still there, where one is from some sort of a bladed weapon, a slashing injury that cut down through his chest. And the little bits of flesh that are still in that vicinity that haven't been succumbed to any necrosis, there's... Give me an Arcana. We'll make you do one more roll on this.
Ooh.
You can't quite tell. There's a possibility based off what Jofreidr said with the cold magic and stuff that the Isbjorn tried to harness, that it might be cold damage, or it might just be damage from the cold. That there being no source of warmth inside this cabin that he may have those wounds may have froze. You find similar with the other 2 wounds, but those are both piercing wounds that appear to be from some sort of a spear or... Yeah, most likely spear. That would be the best conclusion, is that somebody impaled him in 2 other parts. One of those is the one that's partial injury that you can't see most of it because it's been eaten away. Those are both down in the stomach area. And with your nat 20 medicine, this is a horrible way to die. This was just a horrible way to go, that rather than dying in combat, he probably laid here for at least a day, bleeding out, attempting to fend off the carrion eaters that came. Which there's clear signs that he did fend those off to some degree by the feathers and the fur that's left on the floor and the blood on his hand axe that may or may not be from humanoid enemies versus animal enemies. But there's no signs of any of the animal injuries being... All of the animal injuries are post-mortem.
Yeah, Zedri will sit there kind of investigating, doing his best not to like push or prod necessarily into these wounds to rip them even further, with the skin in its condition where it is. But he'll go ahead and stand up and kind of dust himself off, put the blanket back over, and turn to the other 3 and just say, that is it's a really, really bad death. It was segmented.
You know, I can't imagine what it's like to be a warrior and not be able to go out on the battlefield. Gisa will sort of begin. You know, my entire life I've been fighting and fighting and fighting and running and fighting and running and fighting. But you know, even if things went bad, at least, you know, I felt that I was doing something, and I could always try something else. But to be stuck here, that's just saddening.
The question becomes if it was merely him protecting his own life, or if there was something that he was trying to protect. and
Let's go
speaking
down these steps.
with individuals is not necessarily my purview, and Zedri will give the briefest of looks to Salinas before quickly shifting down to his feet.
Well, it's not
If
exactly
I could
the.
ask.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's. I was just gonna say it's not exactly the best idea. Um, I think that we've learned our lesson to not really commune with dead. But
Trust me, if I could, uh, I would. Being able to ask him questions, ask a friendly face questions. I wish, wish Guinevere was here. She would know how to do it. I might need to,
well, since we can't, um, Alfred will look towards Edgery. Do you do you think that we should give him his rights?
We
You can make
should,
the time.
but it's a different series of rites. I mean, they worship Briora and Zephora mostly. We can, but I don't necessarily know how to make it to Water's Edge from all of the rocky outcroppings that surround this town.
I could.
I would say at any point in time here, the three that are outside, by now, you could have easily returned if you so choose. You'd just be standing right at the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Aliona would go any further in the doorway.
Fair.
Just out there.
Yeah, Jofreidr would be with Aliona, comforting her. So obviously that's not something easy to see.
Lonan will be kind of in the doorway. I mean, you could ask Jofreidr, but about where they normally hold those.
on the steps.
Show you guys to the sea caves.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Sure
you
he would
want, you can.
appreciate I'm sure he would appreciate it as well.
Yeah, I could put on my boots and have him over there in a minute.
Quick question, Jofreidr. How close were you with Jofreidr?
Well, he's been like, I guess, sort of like a grandfather, uncle
Okay.
sort of figure. Because he's obviously been like an advisor of sorts to my father. So he's been around pretty much my entire life.
Okay. Give me a history check.
Ooh.
I'll give you advantage.
Ooh.
Look at that. And another NAM nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh, and that
Dang.
that one was a
right.
perfect
Poignant.
table.
Yeah.
So, Jofreidr would know Jofreidr is actually part of. He's not like direct relatives with those others that you met in Skelettvile, but that's his people. So he would be a Zephora worshiper at heart. And you would also know within that 20 that the people of Skelettville are known for being. They have a unique funeral ritual where their bodies are burned with their belongings. So any treasure, anything that they've recovered from raids and stuff, they take with them.
I would pass that information along to Zedri. May just burn his hut down with him.
Yeah, I mean, if that's all of his belongings.
As far as I know, hasn't gone anywhere else, been anywhere else, stashed anything anywhere else.
All right. Alfred will take a few minutes to make sure that the surrounding buildings won't catch fire when we set it ablaze.
Nothing else close by.
Nothing else?
Yeah, you're way down here in the corner, so there
Oh, fair,
are no other buildings surrounding. It is out on its own.
True.
So
None of the trees off screen.
no, you're good.
No? Okay. All right, Cedric, are you ready?
Yeah. Being able to burn down his belongings, the entire abode, along with his body, is going to take an immense amount of heat. So, I could get something, but it's gonna be big.
Well, fitting for a warrior, I might also have something big.
All right.
Would you like to go, or should I?
Who's to say that we both didn't do it?
All right, Alfred will take one knee down on the ground facing towards the building, and he'll take out his familiar rectangular device, like a rocket launcher-esque, sort of huffed it on his shoulder. From there, he's going to take out a kind of oblong, football-shaped, like metal sphere, and he's going to insert that into the end of it, and from then he's going to pull the trigger, and into the building is going to be a fireball.
As Alfred fires the fireball down there, Zedri is going to touch the kind of what are those things called? Brooches. He touches the brooch that he has of Cinderast, that kind of is on the scarf that Lonan made him. And as it slightly glows, he kind of like moves his hand out, and a little bit of that glow follows before trickling down from his fingers onto the earth. And there is a slight rumbling before erupting out of the ground is a giant wave of burning lava that is going to fully encapsulate the abode. I'll cast Lava Splash.
So it gets hit with like this little ball, and it starts like flaming, and then a wave rushes over, completely engulfing it. Amazing.
Yeah, you just start with everything starts on fire from the fireball, and then as the wave of lava just starts, everything closing in on itself and sinking down into the lava, melting, burning away. Takes a bit, but as you all stand by in the glow, watching Herdurt's hut burn to the ground, what remains of Herdurt with it, as well as his belongings. For the first time in what you surmise is a long time, there is a stream of smoke coming up from this village.
When they start setting this house ablaze, Lonan is gonna just like walk away a bit, just so she's not in the immediate vicinity.
Alfred will just sit down as close as he can to the house without feeling too much of the heat, and he's just going to sit down and give a long prayer to Infernus. Going to thank him for the time that he's had with the group here, that he's been able to continuously work under him. Also, just asking for some guidance in the coming ventures ahead.
Cedric's gonna summon his Firebird. And he's gonna have it kind of he's gonna direct it to move beside the flames, whichever way this smoke is kind of like moving, if it's trailing off, and have the wings flap to kind of enhance it.
Aliona's going to.
Go ahead.
Aliona's going to look up at here as they watch the start to burn. And is he a friend of yours?
He's, I guess, sort of the village elder, been an advisor to my father, as long as my father's been in charge here. I grew up around him, hearing all his stories of history, and he's very knowledgeable, very wise.
Sorry. You've been a great man.
Was. Thank you. Everyone's bound to come and go at some point, I suppose. Just wish would have been a little bit different for him.
As the hut crackles and burns. Before, how long is it? Just instantaneous on both those spells?
Yeah. A fireball goes out. It doesn't come back.
It's a minute.
Okay.
Nice.
So the fire continues for 4 or 5 minutes before everything starts to subside. There's still embers and stuff that'll be burning for a while, but everything is pretty well died down at that point in time after a minute of lava sitting in the bottom of this thing.
Yeah, after it starts to settle down, Jofreidr will probably start moving a bit. Still others to find. Should get a move on.
So there's that other place you wanted to check?
It's a bit more of a hiding spot, so if anyone's there, they should be safe. It's about 15 minutes outside of town, not too far. And if we don't find anyone there, we can always come back here, do a little bit more searching, and at least we'll have a roof over our heads tonight.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think I'd like.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Kiesel was just saying, I know it'll be nice to have a roof over my head and a bed to sleep in. It's been far too long.
I would like to find some place big enough that we could, I could cast my hut. I'm not sure I feel comfortable just leaving us exposed here.
Oh, we can always use my family home, or there's an inn in the village that we could set up in. Goes pretty much anywhere at this point.
All right.
Jan might not be a bad idea if they have any extra stores of food or anything there as well.
Well, from what we've seen so far, doesn't seem like much has been actually taken, so whatever food is still good, should still be there.
Zidri's just gonna kind of look at the smolders. Even though the fire is out, the smoke is still going?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we're traveling 15 minutes out of town, I will say at the very least that it's a beautiful funerary rite, and even in death, Edit is still assisting us. Not to say that you can't make it home on your own.
You're absolutely right. His wisdom has guided me to where I've gotten so far, at least.
Jofreidr leads the way to the south part of town. All right, you guys head back down the road over to what appears to be kind of a lumber camp, sawmill type setup. There's lots of logs sitting outside. Lonan, you took notice of that reddish pink hued wood. You notice that these logs are all similar. They all appear to be. Don't give me a nature. We don't do natures enough. We need to roll a nature check.
All right.
Has it been an hour since I cast my enhancement spell?
No, that'd still be there.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice.
All right, 28. I guess it's an okay roll. Quickly conclude that the logs sitting here stacked along this path are from the same forest, these same trees that you've walked past coming in, or rode past coming in. And I assume we're all still snow ramming it at this point.
I think so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of racing
Wait
out
it
later.
around.
So you head out on this little path heading out towards into the woods. The map does not give it very good justice of being it is a small, more overland forest path. Like nowhere near as worn down as you would find like on a bike trail in a park, a national park or something like that. It's very, very subtle. That you can't see the path. You can feel that you're not walking on anything other than probably bare dirt, other than the snow. It's just because it winds through. Jofreidr seems to be knowing exactly where to go, and there's just this little bit of a path through the trees, and then eventually Jofreidr just veers off into the woods, but like he is on a mission. He knows exactly where to be going. But I'll make him roll, just because. Because we like to roll dice here, so.
Survival?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
21.
Nice.
Yeah, you are just on a mission heading through these woods. And what kind of pace are you taking at this point, Jofreidr, with what you've found so far? This would be
Probably
at the point that you're off the beaten path and are now heading through the woods.
knowing where I'm going, I probably would try to move at a fast pace, but I would make sure everyone else is able to keep up and know where I'm going at the same time. Not that I lose anybody.
Okay. You pass. It's about 10 minutes on the main trail before you head off, and then about 5 minutes of going through the woods. You guys all following along as Jofreidr's going at a brisk jog pace. He didn't need his morning jog. He's getting it in now.
Is this at all similar to whenever we were in Swornsteed? Like that purpose that he's moving with? Is there an anger behind it, or?
That's your call, Jofreidr.
Not really anger. I guess a midst of concern and yeah, probably more concern than anything.
Okay. So you will not feel the need to keep in tow with him then.
I will note that the snow rams would have had to been left behind when you entered into the woods proper for that last 5-minute stretch, just because you'd be way too tight trying to go in between trees. You start to get close to your destination, Jofreidr, and it's not as much of a blow to see as Herdert in his hut, but you see the little treehouse. It's not that little. Decent-sized treehouse stretched amongst the boughs of 3 separate trees. Most of it crashed and laying in shambles on the forest floor.
you would and go up to investigate the wreckage.
Give me an investigation. I'll say you're probably just nearing the end, but you would still have your advantage.
Oh, and DM, where we left the snow rams, can I leave them with an alarm spell?
Sure.
Just as a safety precaution.
Yeah, we'd just say you'd be following up a little bit behind everybody else as you took the time to get them set up. Which I imagine some people would have probably not just left them laying there or standing there. Would have probably tied them up.
Lonan will keep Folk
Yeah.
with them as well.
Okay. All right, with an 18 investigation, you quickly figure out why it's crashed to the ground. There was 4 pillars that were supposed to hold this thing up, and one of those trees has been felled, and clearly has been felled by human or humanoid means, not by natural means. Somebody chopped this tree down to drop this thing. Also, with your 18, you find none of the toy weapons or little toy dolls that your sister had, none of those possessions that were stored up in this treehouse, more so from when you were much younger, are there. They're all not there's no possessions left in it. It is just the shambles of this treehouse. And that somebody made an effort to take it down, but no sign of any injuries or any individuals being harmed in the process.
Yeah, anyone nearby to Jofreidr would hear him almost kind of breathe a sigh of relief, for lack of better terms, I guess. That there isn't anybody here. But he's definitely a little bit hurt. Doesn't seem like anyone's here. Should be good news, I suppose, but...
You said this is where you and your sister used to hide out?
Yeah, bit of a escape from busy day of Snodeskall trade and everything else that went on. If we ever got in trouble, we would just sneak out and hide here for a day or two if we needed to.
I'm sure you got in trouble a lot as a kid.
Oh, there were days I heard my father's voice all the way out here still.
We'll figure out what happened.
Yeah, we'll fix this, Jofreidr. And hell, if you want, I could probably put up a pole so that we could put the house back up.
Or maybe someday we'll get around to it. Suppose there's more pressing matters at the time.
Yeah, but eventually.
Yeah. Suppose we should head back to the village, though. We may check out the temple, see if anything might be left there.
Everybody give me perception checks.
Can I have my Firebird give me the help action? Since this is the familiar version of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alfred is looking at dimensions for where he's putting up this pole. He's not looking at anything else.
We'll say the fox's cunning is gone at this point. Would be an hour down the road. All right, perception checks from everybody here. Dang, we have good rolls tonight, folks.
We do.
Lonan, Aliona, Jofreidr. Jofreidr goes to turn and start heading back up the path, or up the what you presume is the path that he led you down. It's the path of your footprints at this point. Jofreidr, give me a dex save. Actually, no. Alfred, give me a dex save. As the lowest perception roll, you get to do the dex save.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, we're cooking.
All right. As you guys are all filtering back, heading back that way, Jofreidr goes and just looks over his shoulder for the briefest instant to see the rest of you. As Alfred goes and catches his foot on something and immediately goes tumbling forward and face first into the snow, just as Jofreidr's about to say, "Hey, watch out for that." And Aliona and Lonan have both seen this wooden object just like pop up as somebody else's foot hit the front of it and propped it up just enough to be above Alfred's foot. So that his foot goes underneath this wooden object and he trips over going forward and falls into the snow, and revealing the object underneath him. As Jofreidr, you see a symbol on a shield buried in the snow, or what was once buried in the snow, and recognize the symbol that I don't have loaded into Fantasy Grounds. But if you guys, I'll share the clan symbol again, or clans map again. And you see that symbol on the front of a circle shield. The purple one at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dustin, roll me, or Alfred, roll me a d4.
How much damage am I taking?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the
Alfred's
difference
like...
between whether you hit the snow or whether you hit a tree on your way down. Okay, we'll give it to Kiesel.
I hit every branch.
You hit the trunk of a tree with the side of your head, and you just end up with 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Do you recognize this, Jofreidr?
It's a clan symbol from much further south.
That'd be the Isbjorn.
Yeah.
Symbol.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's the Icebjorn symbol. So definitely have been here. That's for sure, at least.
So, do you think they're responsible, or are they allies? Sorry, I don't know what the
No, the
state of
Eastbjorn
affairs.
clan, the one that you've heard of this whole time. They definitely seem to be the ones behind it. Not much of a doubt anymore.
So what's this doing here?
What do you think it's doing here?
Got left behind.
Somehow they either tracked whoever came out here down. Maybe they found the place beforehand. Something definitely happened here, though.
Yeah,
How
if
is
I
it?
look up, is this area like I know we're in the trees? Is it like heavy tree cover, or can I,
Yeah.
if I look up like where this house is, can I see the sky?
You see fractions of the sky in different places,
Okay,
but
okay.
no, it's pretty dense tree cover.
Okay.
That's why Lona didn't have disadvantage on her perception check.
Ah.
How is it? Out of everything that we're finding, this is the only, this and some blood stains and one person are the only things that were left behind. This doesn't seem possible for as much as what has allegedly happened. How many people are gone?
Especially with the shape the Eastbourne clan was the last time I knew of them. There wasn't much left of it.
Right, you're talking about a bunch.
Jofreidr.
You can go.
No, sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Zajul will say, Jofreidr, you're talking about functionally a lot of ghosts. And last time that we had to deal with ghost shit, it didn't go over very well. It would make sense why there's no bodies here, but at the same time, you mentioned that they had long since moved on, right?
That was the thought, at least. We had all but eliminated them, and they didn't seem to be a threat anymore. I put it out of our minds. But even then, even if it was them, with no bodies around, it's very strange.
Jofreidr, how long ago was it that your tribe attacked the Eastbjorns?
How long ago would that have been now? Those
Was during the time off in between the tavern and book one.
It wasn't long after I returned home.
Should have been Dunk Month.
After we got out of the tavern, I went home.
So help me do some math. What's the it took us 4 weeks to get 4 weeks to get from 6 spells to here?
Yeah, approximately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
I mean, we're on the third to last day of Faderman right now, the first month of spring, or the month of spring.
Yeah, and from the shape Herd Art was in, it's probably been about 6 weeks-ish.
Yes. How long did you estimate Herd Art was dead for?
Said a month and a half earlier.
Okay, 6 weeks.
Did I say a time?
I think so.
I didn't think I said a time.
No.
Maybe I'm just crazy, I don't know.
He's manifesting.
Zedri, how long Zedri, how long do you think that Herd Art was dead for?
Oh, let's go ask. And Zidri turns back around. How long, approximately? There were a lot of...
With your medicine check, I'd say that's probably something you could have reasonably concluded. Pretty close to a month and a half. Between a month and a half.
Time of death,
right.
about a month and a half.
Okay, so out of character, I don't have the calendar pulled up right now.
Yeah.
About how long is it between when the attack on the Eastbjorns happened and now?
Let me go back to our dates here from... That can't be right.
So what are you thinking, Conrad?
I'm thinking that how much time did the Eastbjorns have to rally new troops, travel across the entirety of Torsland, and then attack Snodeskall 6 weeks ago?
And keep in mind, calendar-wise, 60-day months. not 30-day months.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
So
Yes,
10
yes,
weeks,
yes, yes.
you'll be talking closer to between 10 and 15 weeks that he has been deceased. That the raid that Jofreidr had would have been approximately the beginning of Dunkmon, so about a half a month before. So not very much time in what you're trying to narrow
Yes.
down would be a very limited amount of time.
So, if uh, uh, if what we have found out is correct, Eastbjorn clan, after being supposedly wiped out, managed to gather enough power and travel several hundred miles on foot across a mountain range and then attack Snodeskall.
Right, you're forgetting a very important element in this. There was something else that was cited along with it.
That is where I'm going. Flight time probably a lot shorter.
Right, but how much, like, how much flight do you think that they could muster up? It it's quite intensive.
I'm thinking a dragon could muster up quite a bit.
I mean, depending on the age of the dragon could depend on how many people it could carry, but I don't I don't see a true dragon, even an ancient one, being able or maybe even willing to carry an entire army on its back. I think we're also
Well,
missing the other question is they attacked here, they attacked Skelettvile. Where are they? They can't be that far away now. I mean, and that's the other thing is where are they?
I think my question was going to be, and who else did they attack?
I suppose there's always the possibility that it's not the Eastbjorn clan and someone pretending to be them. But then that leaves a bigger
Is this true?
question: who has the power to really do that outside of? It's not
Why
many.
would they? What would they get out of it?
Well, if they're taking
While that
people,
question's being pondered, Aliona, give me a history check with advantage. We haven't gotten to do one of those yet either, so.
I have a bad
Ooh.
feeling.
It's a,
Nice.
Ooh,
24. Your knowledge of the region and the clans of the region. I'm not sure if this made it into your lore document or not. It potentially did. On the Isbjorn clan is one of the few that is known to be part of the coalition of clans. That they have other clans that they do occasionally join up with. They're not well liked, so it's not a whole lot of people are going to come to their aid, more so that they would potentially raid with others.
I mean, the obvious one is there ain't many people left behind, so they need people or bodies. And I hope that ain't
um,
the case.
so what would I know? Like what clans they would typically work with more than others?
Not clans that you're familiar with.
Okay.
So presumably would be further to the south.
Okay. Alien will speak up and say, well, Bjorn didn't always work alone. Sometimes they were a group of clans that would work together further south than I'm familiar with.
But did they have the leverage to convince the other members of this coalition? Like,
That's what would be weird
if,
because they didn't.
oh,
They weren't very well liked. They wouldn't. No one would come to help them. But that's the only thing I can think of. If they were able to somehow get them help out.
right, and Jofreidr's people just finished raiding them, so I can't imagine that they would have any stores of money or items or any goods to trade.
Any other clan were involved, we'd be seeing evidence of them as well. Even from what Gela and Ina said, there's only any real evidence of the Isbjorn, and here the only thing we get is a single shield with their symbol.
Just for some clarification with Jofreidr on how that raid went, just so that we don't end up getting off on a wrong tangent of the understanding of how that raid went. I'm not going to Jeff and everybody else because I'm going to assume Jofreidr is going to pass this along. But when they went to go, so Isbjorn attacked Snodeskall. Then Jofreidr went home and helped with the return raid.
Oh, okay.
That they
so
went back and hit them back.
Okay.
There's
But
no
they
pillaging.
didn't go full scorched earth on them because they discovered that the reason they had attacked was they were starving. That they were destitute and they were looking for anybody that they could go get anything off of to survive because their stores had been depleted for whatever reason. So there was some pity given to them. They were basically disarmed so that they couldn't come back and do it again, but it wasn't like just wipe them out and wipe the people out.
Okay. Jofreidr, how long did it take you guys to get from Snodeskall to the area with Isbjorn?
A long time. It's not close.
Twice the walk, not a distance I'd want to just decide to go and do, especially on foot, or even on the snow ram. It still take quite a while.
More than
Was it
likely,
like-
you would have probably taken the ships up the Yurnelv, rode them up the river as far as you could get. That would cut down on your time a lot, and then you probably would have had, 6 to 9 days on mount from there.
Okay, so like 2 weeks probably to get there?
Yeah, a little bit, probably a little bit under, but pretty close.
Okay. Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah,
Now,
and, like,
that's so for keeping my timeline straight, because this ends up being a little bit tricky because the distance to Torsland makes things a mess. They wouldn't have had to go all the way to the Isbjorn. They would have been able to catch the Isbjorn, so they wouldn't have went all the way up there to get them. They would have probably went about half, so it actually probably been about a week travel and then a week back.
Gotcha. Because the Isbjorn didn't have any ships. They were just going just on foot.
Yeah.
the one thing I could assume would be that one of the other clans in their coalition took them over, perhaps, gave them some sort of deal. Not that they were in a position to deny.
I mean, no, if what you say is true, then honestly, I would have taken that deal as well. I mean, you get food, you get a bed. I mean, it's not ideal to work underneath someone, but I know we've all done that for far as long as I can remember.
I know this is very much a non sequitur. Aliona, Jofreidr, are there any folktales in Torsland? Anything that's told to you at bedtime? Any boogeymen you were warned about as a child?
Would
Give me
I know
history
any
checks,
stories like
folks.
that?
And
Would
Aliona gets
be
her
an
advantage. Yep. She knows them all.
Yeah.
Damn.
Dang.
Jofreidr, not a lot that really stands out. I mean, like, there's some, but you know that they're all just, none of them are believable. They're just the little stories you were told as a kid, and that was just fun and, you know, trying to teach you lessons and stuff, but not anything that really would stick as being you would believe that in any way, shape, or form it's something relevant because they're all too goofy.
Oh,
Aliona would, though, know of one. Tales of what would translate out of Dwarvish to being the Winter Queen. That is typically, the tales go along the lines of, it's kind of a Jack Frost type character. An individual that brings the winter winds, brings the cold and ice, and rules over winter. That it's, instead of Jack Frost nipping at your nose, it's the Winter Queen nipping at your nose, and that, you know, you advise your children to wear their coats, otherwise the Winter Queen will get them. That protects them, and so it still gets used in those little fables type ends of things, but it's mostly chalked up as being, it's just folk tale. There's not anybody that goes around saying, "Yeah, I saw her last week. She's living over there up in that mountain." It's more just that tale gets passed around.
Well, there is the tale of the Winter Queen, but I mean, it's just a folk tale. Do you think there could be any truth to it?
Yes.
All folk
Oh.
tales
Yes.
have at least a shred of truth in them. They came from somewhere.
Well, not all of them, but some of them certainly do.
They all come from somewhere. They all have an origin.
Sure. Aliona, you mentioned that you've been having a particularly long winter.
Well, it has been. If the tale is true, it very well could be her.
You seem to be taking this remarkably well. I must say.
Listen, I've seen a lot already just walking with you here. I honestly, I might believe anything at this point.
I'm assuming you guys are all walking and talking, doing this too.
Yeah,
Or
walking
we
back
Yeah.
to
huddled
town.
and made
Okay.
our way back already.
Did you do anything with the shield, or did you leave it?
Probably would have left it.
Okay.
If no one else takes it, Lonan will at least prop it up against a tree or something, so if we need to come back and grab it, it'll be easy to find.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Continue. Or just walk. Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, as tall as the tail may be, I suppose we should keep it as an option.
We already talked about the unification of the clans, and it would make sense if there was a much more aggressive force that was applying pressure for people to join.
I mean, I don't want to assume, but Jofreidr, would you say that a lot of the clans around here are proud? Prideful?
Sure, everybody around here is. Most of us don't ever really work together just a few here and there. I mean, you have your more friendly clans to each other than most, for some. For the most part, we all keep to our own, do our own thing.
But if there were a group of clans working together, it would be all under your own banners as well. United, but still.
Typically, there would always be one clan, I suppose, in charge, leading.
That's what confuses me. I mean, other than just the only evidence being the lack of evidence almost. But it's no other clan we can see is involved. I mean, the Ironsbjorn is the only one being mentioned.
Yes, if the Eastbjorn took a deal from someone else, were serving under them, wouldn't they be carrying their banners, not their own, and only their own?
Yeah.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
All of these clan names are based in Dwarvish?
Dwarvish. Yeah.
So for a cleaner line of translation, because I speak Dwarvish, Eastbjorn translates to
Ice bears.
Ice bears. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Mhm.
Is there any other clan name that would be more befitting of someone serving underneath this winter queen?
I guess they seem like the most fitting.
Not really amongst the ones that you're familiar with, Jofreidr.
None that really.
Or Aliona, for that matter. Neither one of you would be like, none of them like carry any sort of banner that would signify anything winter based. Other than the ice bears, it'd probably be about as close as you're gonna get.
There's no clan that really sticks out.
If I was wanting to go ahead and stay in some sort of theme for the grand mission of unifying the clans, I would probably choose something that works the most with the themes of winter and ice. And if Eastbjorn is that, then what we could be talking about is a completely unrelated type of Eastbjorn. One that seeks to combine all of the clans together versus the small one that you pity rated.
Well, I suppose we raided and then gave pity.
Right.
But if there is a larger force at work here and a larger amount of people that we're not sure about, the easiest way would be boat. Perhaps we should check the caves, see how many of our boats are actually left, if any.
I mean, if I were an outside force coming in trying to cause havoc under whatever purpose they are, then I would choose a group that itself ain't very powerful to do it in the name of. Because at least it's a recognizable name, and if the actual group is still around, well, they'd probably be smart to go ahead and join up with them. Whatever's left of them.
Be a hell of a comeback story, that's for sure.
Exactly.
About this time, you guys would be back at the village proper, at the sawmill.
Yover's gonna look at what's left of the sun and be like, well, suppose we'll check out the caves, get on boats if there's any, and decide where we're gonna bunch up for the night. Don't see us getting a whole lot done more for the rest of the day.
So, Jofreidr, would you want to take up residence in your house?
I'm not sure what kind of food stores we would have there. Maybe better off trying the inn.
All right.
But I suppose I'll lead the way to the caves first.
Okay. So making your way down to the south or the north. Gosh, I get my upside down map mixed up. Make your way back through town again. Jofreidr, you'd point out that this is the inn there on the map that you guys go past.
Cool.
And then get down all the way past the. You get to the northern part of town where all the trails lead, and the trail leads to the Temple of Briora, to the old lighthouse structure that you guys all observed coming into town. There's no path that goes anywhere else that leads into the mountains. But Jofreidr quickly just jaunts over to, takes a left as you guys hit the edge of this rocky cliffside, and eventually leads you to a very, very small opening where you're, again, going to have to leave the snow rams behind. You're not taking them into the caves. But Jofreidr squeezes his way in between this rocky outcropping that appears to be barely big enough for an individual to get down through. It doesn't look like it leads anywhere as he disappears into the shadows. Do you all follow?
Is it physically
why not?
possible for everybody to follow?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yes.
You're all smaller than Jofreidr, so as one by one you each funnel through this tight space, disappearing on the other side. Boop, boop, boop. Everybody through. You find yourself in a dark cavern on the other side. Jofreidr? Torch? Axe? Okay, that'll work.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, axe.
I saw the symbol. I figured it was that. So, was that or shake weight? I wasn't sure which one you were going for.
Yeah, the shake weight.
Gotta keep up the forearms, you know.
So it's the illuminated one. The more you do the shake weight, the more brighter the light is. So, anyway, activating the light on your axe and leading the way into these caverns, and he just goes leading the way in this small space that is about wide enough that Jofreidr maybe has 3 to 4 inches on each side before hitting the wall. And it just goes and twists and turns all the way through. And Jofreidr, after probably 2 minutes of twisting and turning through this spaces, at which point in time, any of you that are trying to figure out where you're at or in any sort of approximation of what direction you're facing, you can roll a disadvantage survival check, but you are thoroughly mixed up at this point. Absent that, it's a bit disorienting with the number of twists and turns and switchbacks that there is in this cave system. Lonan still knows what direction is up better than the DM does, so.
Well, I mean, to be fair, she has lived most of her life underground, so
It's fair.
it probably wouldn't be that confusing to her.
So far,
Not the 20.
Not the
Aw.
20.
Kiesel's-
Oh, no.
I gotta
Kiesel's
tell him he
at
dropped
the
the
point where
20.
he's got confidence. He thinks he knows which direction is north and which direction he's facing, but whether or not he does is very much on the edge. Everybody else that rolled, oh look at that, 1 and 20.
Not
Nice.
the 20. Not the 20 and the 1 on the disadvantage.
Oh.
Salinas has no idea where he's at. Aliona, Aliona and Alfred also thoroughly just follow the leader. there's no way you'd be able to figure out your way to get back out of here without somebody else leading. Zedri, maybe you could follow your way back out.
Zedri has this Firebird with him, and it doesn't have that same like luminous glow as normal. It looks like a more traditional like hawk, and he just goes, "Well, as long as you know where we're going, that's all that matters." And he's gonna keep on going through.
But Lonan's got absolute confidence. She knows where she's at and which direction it's facing at all points in time. It's almost like being back at home.
Yeah.
Aside from the briny sea smell that's coming up through the tunnels. Eventually, Jofreidr, you get to a point in the caves where you know you need to take a little bit more precaution as to the location is fairly well hidden, but there's also a few traps that you're familiar with that are set to make sure that nobody else is going down here that doesn't know the way. Give me a perception check or an investigation.
I'll do perception.
You strain to try and check the trap, and as you're looking, you notice that it's already been triggered. Somebody's been down here. As the walkway, that's a false walkway, up ahead, and you were trying to place exactly how many more steps you needed before you were getting there. So you're looking for it a little bit early, and the reason you aren't seeing it when you expect to see it is because it's been triggered and has given way and is gone. So there is just an open chasm that you now have to jump over. It's well within everybody's jump distance. It's no big deal to get across. It's a matter of if you were standing on it, you were gone. So causes you a bit of concern to know that somebody else has been down here that wasn't supposed to be down here, but only not so much concern that they probably are on the other side, although they could easily be there. But definitely puts you a little bit on nervous note moving forward.
Oh, a little bit of a jump to do here. Watch your step. And your footer will be the first to jump across, and he'll kind of help catch everyone who comes over.
Okay. As each of you jump across, Jofreidr, you can give me an athletics or acrobatics, and then everybody else can give one with advantage since Jofreidr's catching people on the other side. Any nat 20s. Again.
Of course he does.
Man, this is the night to run combat, wasn't it?
Apparently.
Kill everything. It's just all one tapped.
Listen, here's the deal. I don't trust myself, even with the assistance, because my modifier is so bad. Zedri's gonna do that thing where he almost jumps, but he's gonna go ahead and use some of his ki, actually, to enhance his jump distance.
Okay.
Step of the wind.
Nice.
All right, with that would make it an automatic success then. Just so you know, it was only a DC 10. So,
I mean, I can run it. I'm very scared that I might have actually failed it. Okay, no, with the advantage I wouldn't have, but it's fine. It's just ki.
It's fine. You still made a very graceful landing on the other side that Jofreidr's waiting to catch you, and it slide right past him. As you all continue on through the tunnels, guess I could change to my cave music. Eventually, Jofreidr points out a couple other traps that have also been triggered. One of them being a collapse of rocks from up above that you guys have to pick your way over top of as it's filled up part of the cavern. And the last one being very much stands out to you as you found a body for the first time, other than hair dirt. But for the first time, you find the body of somebody dressed in cold weather clothing and a purple shield laying on the ground by their side as they are impaled by spikes sticking in from each side of the cavern. Basically a set of 9 spears that have been triggered by a floor plate and have impaled this guy and also blocked the way forward. Jofreidr, you would know that there's somewhere around here a release trigger where a rope can be released to let the pressure off so that they will recede back into the wall.
If you guys want to help look, there should be a release rope lever somewhere around here.
Ilona will help look around for it.
Lonan pretty much has it found before she's even asked because of her passive perception. So she's like, this right here?
And she can see in the dark.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah.
As you pull the release and you hear a rock crash behind one of the walls and the spears start to recede and kind of get stuck a little bit before the body, severely decomposed elven body, falls to the ground next to the shield. Clearly, cause of death is of no question. There's no need for an autopsy here. He is, unless you want to check how long he's been dead here.
Could we
He
loot
clearly
him?
died of thirst.
Yeah.
You could.
Clearly died of
We haven't
thirst.
looted a corpse in a while. This is fun.
Yeah.
Give me an investigation.
What's he
Cool.
got on him?
And Lonan help.
Sure.
Aliona is not watching. She's like, oh my god, what is going on?
Your reader will walk her past.
What did I sign up for?
Yeah, she's like, wait, what is this?
Burning bodies in pools of lava.
It's a normal day.
So, with a 16, you find some very far past edible rations, a water skin that has a minimal amount of liquid still in it. No weapons other than the shield. The shield matches the one you found in the woods. The armor is leather armor that has been destroyed by the impalement. Nothing that's usable still there. And no coinage in the pockets. The only thing you find of any value that's not dirt, lint, or rotting food product is a ring that would be best summed as being a signet ring. Not of any high grade make. It actually appears to be either copper or brass. No gemstone. It looks like it's honestly like a discarded ring that where there should have been some sort of a gemstone or the actual signet has been removed, and it's just the base ring underneath it. Could fetch a couple copper coins. Seems like a odd thing to find, but treasure's treasure when you're looting, I suppose. So
Citri's gonna sigh. He has come into too many rings recently. He's gonna hold it up.
it doesn't require attunement if you want to wear.
Okay. Well, this is a ring of D holding because it doesn't even have a gemstone set into it. But Zedri will hold it up specifically to Lonan and say, I would love to go ahead and take the time to search for whatever was once set inside of here. But at the same time, this is weird. Why would somebody pick this up and have it on their person?
I mean, unless it were sentimental. Wedding band of some kind, or I don't know. I'm more concerned by the lack of weapons.
Is there any sort of Is there any sort of frosting on their hands?
I really want to answer that in the no. They have not been eating cinnamon rolls.
Right?
before.
Yeah. I knew that was gonna happen. I'm
Same
surprised nobody said something sooner.
Yeah.
It was too easy.
No, there's not really much sign of any frost damage of any sort.
No.
You would notice that the caves are actually fairly warm, all things considered.
Mhm.
Just far enough underground that they're outside of the elements. I mean, you really have heard very little wind in here. You're picking up a little bit of sea smell, but honestly, temperature-wise, this is cozier than the houses were without fireplaces going. Other than the limited space you're working with, it's definitely not cozy on that front.
Does the shield have an arm strap that would allow an individual to unimpededly, like, perform somatic components? Is there, like, a sort of smart design to it?
So it's got a handle to be
Mhm.
held, and then there is one leather strap that's busted. But it's only a single strap. To try and hold something in that hand and just have the shield hanging loose, you probably wouldn't have much support to it.
Right. Well, it could be that the individual was left behind, so they took the weapons. It's not conducive to spell casting to have something like a shield on your arm. There are a
Yeah.
few casters that I know that are quite adept at being able to attack and cast spells, but this guy doesn't seem to fit the bill for that, and gesture towards the multitude of holes that riddle his body.
Can I take a look at that ring?
Of course, is still held out towards
Yeah.
loading social. I'll hand it.
Lona will take it and can she try and see if there's any engraving on the inside of the band?
Sure. Could be an perception or investigation. I know what's coming.
Yeah, let's say, wow, which
could
one
I,
would Lona choose?
Could I take a few moments to cast Detect Magic again?
Sure. With a 15, no inscriptions, nothing to it. It's a very simple ring, and really no sign of. There clearly was something that was attached to it at one point in time, but really no sign of what that was.
And that could have been a really long time ago.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And nothing magical comes off of it,
Okay.
or off the body, or anything else in your immediate vicinity right now.
I mean, this might have been a sentimental item, but this is just getting weirder and weirder.
I'm not exactly inclined to piece together the history of the enemy in that sense, but it might be important later on if we keep an eye out. And Zidru will like stand up and just tell everybody, "Hey, we found a ring on his body. If you happen to see anything, like a signet piece or gemstone of any kind." Oh shit! Hey DM.
What?
This ring. Could it? You said that it's missing what was set into it.
Mm-hmm.
Could it accommodate something like a tiny gemstone, and have like the
Possibly.
prongs pushed back?
Possibly.
Yeah, Zedru will look to Lennon and say, "Do you mind if I go ahead and hold on to that?"
Yeah, no worries. And she'll hand it back over.
What?
1 point of clarification with the ring. He said it was not on the person's hand. It was in a
their
pocket.
body. Yeah.
Yeah. No, not in their body. Either.
On their body.
On
Like,
their body.
on-
Let's go there.
On their
Sure.
person, but not on their person.
Zedri's over
Yes.
here just like picking through stomach contents. Oh, hey, look what I found.
When you get hungry.
How well the condition the body is in? Is it like? Is it also relatively not too decomposed? Or have the animals gotten to this one too?
This one is honestly more decomposed. There is no sign of animals getting to it, but it is more decomposed than Herod's body was.
Okay. I'll look over what I can see on like skin wise. Are there any markings? Any tattoos?
Give me an investigation or a perception.
Ooh, boy.
Nothing noticeable. This body's in pretty bad shape. I mean, Herod's body was in really bad shape because it had been eaten. This one is more, it is rotted because it has not had the benefits of being in a cold place. It is warm enough down here that everything has been, I mean, when it falls off the spears and collapses to the ground, it's pretty much just a pile. Very little form left to it. So it's good that Zedri wasn't trying to do an autopsy because it would have been a little bit rough to do. It was in better shape when it was still propped up in the cave.
Hey, Jofreidr.
Yes.
If y'all were doing a raid, or if any of the raids you've witnessed, is there anyone that's like that would just carry a shield and no weapon?
No, not really. Be kind of waste of an arm to go into combat without a weapon.
I mean, unless
the path being fairly clear forward, other than the body crumpled on the ground. Are we walking and talking, or are we still standing on the other side of the spears?
We'd probably start walking and talking.
Okay.
Yeah, walking and
Go
talking.
ahead, Lonan.
I mean, it's unless someone took their weapon after they got impaled, I can't understand why they don't have one.
I mean,
someone
that
couldn't
honestly seems like a very reasonable, actually.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to make a shield out here than it is a metal weapon, so that would be one of the first things to grab instead of a shield.
That's fair.
As you're concluding this conversation, Jofreidr, you know that you're getting close to the actual cave mouth, where things start to open up a little bit. Give me a perception check, Jofreidr. 14. As you get to about 5-6 feet short of the entrance to the next cavern, you hear a few whispers. Soft, quiet, little whispery mutterings between a couple individuals before you hear several different voices. With a 14, count at least 3 different voices, and one goes out a little bit louder than the rest of them. Shut up! Shut up, be quiet! Give me an investigation.
Nice.
Would you believe me if I said that I set the DC as 16 right as you were rolling that, based off of a 30 minus your 14 perception? You don't recognize the voices with the 16, but you do place that it sounds like children.
I think there may be children up ahead.
It's a good sign.
Maybe.
I mean, on one hand, probably not child soldiers. On the other hand, if they are child soldiers, we can beat children.
Silliness.
Oh my god. That is not the
That's
quote
the
coming
quote
from
of the
tonight's
night.
session.
My
We can
familiar
beat children.
flaps its arms and just calls at you, disgusted.
I almost want to slap you for that.
What? If a child attacks me with a sword, I'd hit it.
I'm not honoring that with a response.
All right, Jofreidr, what do you do? Leading the pack here in your single file line.
Oh, suppose if they're just kids, he'll just fold up and go for their walk out, try and figure out who it is.
All right. Jofreidr, you lead the way as you step out into this cavern. Immediately get impacted by a small rock about 2 inches in diameter. It hits you in the chest. It just bounces off and drops on the ground. No rolling for bludgeoning damage. It definitely did not have the strength behind it to do anything to you. As you look out and spy... give me another perception check. $16. Okay. Quickly spot 16 small children huddled in this cavern, attempting to hide behind rocks, and immediately recognize several of them as being kids from the village. And as the first of one of them realizes, trying to look through the blinding light of this big axe that's being held up as a light source, like shielding eyes, and looks up, and you hear one after another go and say, it's Jofreidr. And they all start, you see one after another, more and more, until you count 44 kids in this cavern. All surprisingly in good shape, good condition. Nobody looks like extremely malnourished or anything like that, but they have clearly been hiding in this cavern for at least some time, and based off of the only other entrance in being blocked by those spears, either they've been taking boats or they have been in here since that guy died. And that is where we'll end tonight.
Aww.
Why? Did you want to kill him? Is that why
Yeah,
you're going
like, are
all?
you- Do you really care?
You gotta
You said
redeem
why. You didn't say kill him.
yourself.
Yeah. I
said
said if
we
they
can beat children.
I said if they come out with me a sword. They seem to not be enemies. Why would I attack them?
All right, so that is where we'll wrap things up for video on demand. For those of you out there tuning in on demand, come watch live. You get to influence the stream with channel points. We get to do some fun things there. It's a good time. Also interact with the party and have fun in chat. And also encourage you to check out the Twitch page. If you're watching over on YouTube, come check out the Twitch page. There's links there to our Discord, to merch store, to if you feel so generous to send us tips. That's awesome, because it's always great to have a little bit more funds to help us put this together. So, but more importantly than everything else, we just appreciate you watching and look forward to you hopefully checking things out in the future and coming in and watching live if possible. But tell your friends, spread the word. We're Tales of Witternot. We play D&D on Saturday nights all the time, and we have a good time. So come have a good time with us. Thanks to Solid 10 D&D for tuning in tonight.
And sometimes you get really unhinged commentary from us about whatever's going on in the game.
Fair.
Unhinged.
But with that, we'll say goodbye to the on-demand viewers.
I mean,
Goodbye, y'all.
would you say that we're ever hinged?
I don't have hinges.
Plead the
I'm
fifth.
more like a sliding door.
My point stands.
Bye, on-demand viewers.
Bye.
Bye.